Can I request that we take our seats? Can I request that we take our seats? I'll give that a minute and I'll stand here. If I'm permitted also, I would kindly request that we occupy the front seats, especially so that those who come late can take the back seats. And those who came early have the privilege of occupying the front seats. And that's how it will be in heaven. Canon is quoting scripture. Yes, because I think now we have quorum. So let's take our seats. And I'm sure that by now everybody has had a proper breakfast, what we call an English breakfast. I don't know why they call it an. Yet they serve African delicacies. I think I need to understand. Anyway, so allow us to start. And the first part of the program, I'll be joined by a is it called an MC? A person who manages the program. Is it an MC or a program manager? It depends on the script. Okay. I'll be joined by a co-MC, Rachel Damba, who will take us through the first part of the program, and I'll come back at some point to manage the plenary discussions. So, Rachel, kindly come to the podium and start this program off. Like I said, for the program, I'll kindly refer you to the screen. That's why we flashed it, to have an understanding of how the day looks like. So as my co-host comes to the podium, allow me to multiply myself by 0 temporarily. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Felix. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we? Yes. Have we all had breakfast? Like Felix says, it's an English breakfast. Feel free to move outside and take your breakfast as the meeting goes on. So once again, my name is Rachel Damba. I work for the Uganda National NGO Forum. And like Felix says, I'll be his co-facilitator of that day, okay, co-MC of that day. So it's good to have you all here. And it's good morning once again, and our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister of Local Government, Honorable Raphael Majezi, here with us. We welcome you to this room. The distinguished, yes, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, we are happy to have you here today with us. The representatives from the accountability institutions, that is Office of the Auditor General, the Inspectorate of Government, Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets Authority, the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, State House Anti-Corruption Unit, Director of Public Prosecutions, the local government officials present, development partners present, and then civil society actors, local media, and other distinguished guests. You're all welcome for today's dissemination workshop. We welcome you to the national dissemination of the study on the functionality of the local government public accounts committees. We are deeply honored to host you today in your different capacities. The Thursday, 11th September 2025 at Kabira Country Club. For this is timely and strategic conversation on strengthening public accountability in Uganda. On behalf of the organizers, Alliance for Finance Monitoring, ACFIM, and the Uganda National NGO Forum, and with support from the embassies of Denmark, Ireland, Netherlands, and Sweden, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Today's gathering brings together key stakeholders from local governments, oversight agencies, parliament, civil society, the donor community, the media, all united by a shared commitment to improving governance, transparency, and service delivery through functional and empowered local government accounts, public accounts committees. This convening is more than a presentation of findings. It's an opportunity for us to reflect, engage, and act. The study being presented today offers us an evidence-based look at capacity, constraints, and the prospects of local governments, public accounts committees across the country. Together, as we sit in this workshop, we will explore not just what is working, but also the gaps around the functionality of the LGPACs and how we can address these collaboratively. So we are happy to host you today for this meeting, and we look forward to a good conversation that will enable our local government public accounts committees to function and also influence a lot of policy issues around local governance. So you're welcome once again. And today's program, we can have a look at our screen there. I'll take us through the program, how that day will run from 8:30 to 1 p.m. And looking at the program, we've already started the registration and breakfast. I will still re-echo for those that have not had breakfast. Feel free to step out and have your breakfast. We will also amend the program to include the prayer. Since Uganda is a prayerful country, we will have a volunteer to lead us through the prayer. And then we'll have anthems, introductions to start us up for that day. So the next session will be our opening remarks, and we will have remarks from the chairperson of ACFIM, the representative of Uganda National NGO Forum, who is the acting board chairperson, the remarks from the Royal Danish Embassy representative, remarks from accountability agencies, the IG, PPDA, DEI, and then the State House Anti-Corruption Unit. We will also then go into a presentation of the LGPAC study findings and recommendations by our team lead, Henry Muguzi. And then we'll have a keynote address from the chief guest, who is the Minister of Local Governments, and then a panel discussion to discuss the findings and we have a diverse panel from the different sectors. Like we see, we have the WULGA, we have someone from the Parliamentary Local Government Public Accounts Committee, member of Local Government Public Accounts Committee, and then the representatives from local government, a research fellow from civil society, which is a code. And then we will have a plenary discussion. Yes, and our closing remarks from the Auditor General, and a group photo. Hope we all don't miss the photo at exactly midday, I think. And then lunch and departure at leisure. So that is our program for that day. Yes. Right now, let's move into the prayer. Any volunteer to take us through the prayer? Someone who woke up next to God? Yes, okay.
Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this morning. We thank you for your love and care and mercy upon each one of us. We pray that Lord be the chairman of everything that we shall be discussed here. Let thy grace be upon each one of us. Open our understanding so that, Lord, whatever we shall discuss shall carry us forward. Praying all this, believing in thy holy name.
Amen. Thank you so much for the prayer. I'm glad it's a woman who said the prayer. Yes. Okay, so we can now have our anthems. Let's stand up for the anthems.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I see a big number of us have now joined the team in the room, so we can now get to know who is in the room. Let's have the introductions. This side.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Fred Musisimu Nagomba. I'm the treasurer, ACFIM.
Good morning. My name is Dolores Were. I am the Executive Director of Uganda Society for Disabled Children.
I'm Canon Joyce Dima. I'm a member of Action Board.
I'm Raphael Majezi, Minister Local Government. I'm glad to be with you today.
Good morning. I'm Biangwa Angela, the Executive Director for Insurgent Corruption Coalition. I'm also a board member for ACFIM.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Najiba Katesi. I work as the Head of Resource Mobilization and Relations at Uganda Society for Disabled Children, but I also serve as the chairperson of ACFIM. Nice to be here, nice to have you all.
Margaret Sentam, I work with Uganda Media Women's Association, but also running a women-focused radio station where issues like this that we are going to deliberate on, we give them a top priority. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Terence Dwagatua. I'm the chairperson of LGPAC Gulu District Local Government. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ismail Ahmed is my name. I'm a principal inspector in the Ministry of Local Government, representing the Commissioner District Inspection Department.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joel Atim. I work with the Ministry of Local Government as a senior inspector.
I'm Akelo Barbara. I work with the Apache Anti-Corruption Coalition as Governance and Research Officer, talking as the M&A. I've come on behalf of the Apache Anti-Corruption Coalition. ED has sent his apology. I had an eye operation 2 weeks ago. So he's here with you in the spirit, though in the physical he's not there. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Doris Ampere, working with Key Corruption out of Uganda as the compliance officer. Our ED also got an accident recently, so I represented him.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Eriong Justin Ariku, Principal Accountant, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Protocol observed. Mbabas Jonas is my name. I work at the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment as a research fellow and also head the local governance program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Odon Eric. I'm an economist at CSBAG.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Tujetwena, the chairperson of Kampala Capital City Public Accounts Committee. Glad to be here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Maro Nagaba. I work with the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda as the team leader.
Good afternoon.
Good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ainebas Marion from Kabale, representing Grosco.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chebet Lona. I come from Sebei, and I work for Captura Civil Society Organizations Alliance. I think many of you know what our executive director went through, but we are still strong, and we ask you to continue praying for him. Very soon he will be with us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Alfred Ryman Agava, and I write for the New Vision.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adog Masi. I work with ACFIM.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Israel Ochuo. I am the Deputy Head of the State House Anti-Corruption Unit.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Faith Okaka-Uwize, and I'm a researcher and policy analyst with the Center for Policy Analysis. Happy to be here.
Good morning. Helen Zawed is my name. I'm an economist, graduate trainee at CSBAC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daisy Agawa, and I work with Western Ankole Civil Society Forum, based in Ushenyi. I'm representing our AD, Kakonge Aploli. Glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Kagaba Nagasha, member of Public Accounts Committee from Bushenyi District.
So my name is Henry Muguzi. Good morning, everyone. I'm the Executive Director at the Alliance for Finance Monitoring. Great to host you here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Barbara Babwetera Mutambi is my name, and I'm the Executive Director with the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda, but as well as the acting chairperson for the Uganda National NGO Forum.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Kawoya. I work with the Dent Chambers.
Morning, everyone. My name is Anders Korsbach. I'm the first secretary at the Embassy of Denmark.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Felix from ACFIM and the co-host. The team behind is the team that is running the media and the live streaming. So we are both live, online, and also physical. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Felix, and thank you all of you for the introductions. We are happy to host you once again. Without further ado, we can now go into the opening session. And for now, I would want to welcome Ms. Najiba Katesi, the Chairperson Alliance for Finance Monitoring, to give us her welcome remarks.
Allow me to stand by the protocol as already observed. Good morning, everyone. So this morning, I woke up earlier than I usually wake up, because I wanted to be here before the minister. And my surprise, when I got here, the minister was already in the room. So an applause for the minister. Yeah, so it means he takes his work seriously. It means this aspect of accountability is important and core for him. So we appreciate that. We appreciate you for being here this morning. However, as I was coming, I was actually thinking about the struggles I go through every day to come work. I stay around Mukono. So if I'm to make it to work at around 8, I have to leave Mukono around 5, right? To be able to reach work. Now I started asking myself, there is a we really take for us to have that kind of a transport system where you don't need to travel for 2 hours for a journey that you can actually travel for 20 minutes. What would it take? So what would it take? Beyond paper, beyond the budget speeches, beyond the campaign manifestos, what can it take? So I was asking, is it a question of accountability? Because what it needs to take is the reality, not what is in the paper, not what is in our speeches, but the reality now, to ensure that everyone, even those that don't have a right of way, can be able to reach where they need to go and reach there on time, right? So is the answer in the topic that we have today, which is accountability. Building accountable structures so that we use our resources well. So that we use our resources well, so that we are able to utilize the good resource we have in this country. So on behalf of the board of directors, allow me to ask the board members of ACFIM to stand up and just to wave to the members. So we have 3 board members here. They already introduced themselves. But these are the big men and women that keep this organization moving and that keep us in this space. So on behalf of the board of the Alliance for Finance Monitoring, I warmly welcome you to the launch of this Local Government Public Accountability Committee study. This study is important. So a study that examines the functionality of these accountability structures at local government with a sole aim of improving their capacity to deliver for public good. So today it's really about a simple proposition for all of us. It's about making sure every cent, it's about making sure every shilling that gets out translates into public service for the good of the common man, for the good of everyone, for the good of me, and everyone in this room. ACFIM, as an organization, we are committed and we exist to promote inclusive, transparent, and accountable financing of public institutions for sustainable development. So accountability is key on why we were formed, on why we are here, on why we keep resilient as an organization. So our ultimate desire as ACFIM is to see development, is to see outcomes that benefit the citizens. And this study actually resonates with why we exist as an organization. So this study fits into our long-term approach of knowledge generation. I think most of you have come across publications that have been made by ACFIM in relation to this topic of today. So knowledge generation, civic engagement, and formulating policy solutions. Our focus on local government enables us to translate our mission to benefit that person out there, to benefit all of us. So colleagues, local government is a place where services reach the local person. It must be effective, and every resource allocated must be optimally utilized. It is the only way we can get the services we need. It's the only way we can have equitable access to all services for everyone. Allow me to say this. This study by ACFIM in partnership with Uganda National NGO Forum, a round of applause for UNNGOF for being part of this as well. Thank you. So this study by ACFIM in partnership with UNNGOF emphasizes three things that we should take away as we live today. So one of the things is that timeliness matters. I'll just repeat it again. Timeliness matters. And what do we mean? Oversight must keep pace with spending. So oversight should not chase spending. They must keep pace. When local government public accountability committee sittings are regular, reports flow on time from audit committee to council, to ministers, to parliament, corrective action is faster and also cheaper. I think all of us will have to agree with this. Then the second aspect of this study is that functionality matters. Now, committees must be fully constituted, gender responsive, well inducted, and resourced, especially when it comes to field verifications. You cannot verify a road, you cannot verify a school, you can study fall through matters. Recommendations from the Auditor General, recommendations from these accountability committees should be treated as a matter of importance. Once we do not implement the recommendations, then there is a missing link. Then there is something wrong. Then we shall continue to have potholes in these roads. ACFIM stands here not as a critic. We don't want to criticize. But we stand here as a partner for solutions. Because what we need to see is how do we get to the level we want to be? How do we get everyone to receive the services that they rightly deserve? We are very proud to complement and further commit to working with accountability state institutions. A round of applause for all institutions that are here represented. The Office of the Auditor General, the Ministry of Local Government, like I said, he was in the room first. So it is something that we should take pride of. Parliament and the accountability committees, the Inspectorate of Government, of course the procurement and disposal of public assets, among others, the State House, Anti-Corruption Unit, and many others. Let me end by emphasizing something. I don't want to make this speech long because I know there is quite a lot we can learn from this study. And as we engage, there is a lot that we can get out of it. So let me end by emphasizing that public money must produce public value. This is not only an audit principle or a governance slogan. It is not. It is a moral obligation to the people we serve. If we keep the oversight chain strong and the citizens at the center, Uganda will not just avoid losses, Uganda will unlock possibilities. And I won't have to wake up before 5 to be in a meeting like this. So I would like to thank you all for listening, and I would like to welcome you all to today, and I wish you good deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Najiba. I now welcome Ms. Barbara, the acting chair of Uganda National NGO Forum.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Mine is also still to welcome our beloved guests here today. But before I get started, I just wished to say out loud one of the quotes I usually love about accountability that was said by Gary Weirs. He said that accountability is the essence of a true democracy. If people do not know what their government is doing, they cannot be truly self-governing. So are we truly self-governing if we are on the track? That is also a good pointer. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. How fast are we willing to walk? How steady are we willing to walk the journey? Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest for today, the Minister of Local Government, Honorable Raphael Magezi. I've known him through my husband, and I know he's a principled person. I'm not surprised that he was here earliest. Congratulations upon that, Honorable Raphael. The members of Parliament here today, if any, representatives from the government, ministries and agencies, our esteemed development partners, distinguished representatives from civil society, the academia, and the media, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Uganda National NGO Forum, I am deeply honored to also welcome you all to this national dissemination meeting of the study on the functionality of local government public accounts committee. The eyes are so much often on the parliament and big ministries, but going deeper to also look at our local governments, I think this is a truly well-deserved research and deserving for us to put a focus on, because accountability planning oftentimes begins from the grassroots going up. So together with our partners, the Alliance for Finance Monitoring, ACFIM, and with generous support from Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, and Ireland, under the PACER program, we undertook an assessment of the functionality of 18 select districts in 14 sub-regions of Uganda, including Mbale, Soroti, Rwengo, Bushenyi, Kabale, Jinja, Palisa, Lira, Gulu, Kabarole, Kagadi, Kapchorwa, Moroto, Nebi, Abim, Kabong, Napak, and Kotido. This aimed at assessing their functionality, identifying gaps and challenges, and ultimately enhance their capacity to undertake their oversight role. We wish to thank the funders for this study. Congratulations and thanks very much for putting the trust in the institutions to be able to do this work. And however, as the findings of the study will show, I'm not here to preempt the study, but we will get into that later. But I wish to point out that local government PACs face several challenges, ranging from structural to operational challenges, such as inadequate funding, capacity gaps, political interferences, weak institutional coordination, among others. These challenges, if left unaddressed, they not only undermine the functionality of local government public accounts committees, but also the realization of decentralized governance in Uganda. Therefore, today's discussion marks a fundamental moment in our collective efforts to strengthen capacity and accountability, as well as transparency within Uganda's decentralized governance system. As many of you are aware, local government public accounts committees are central in ensuring that public resources at the local level are used efficiently, effectively, ethically, and in accordance with the guiding laws of Uganda. They are the first line of defense against financial mismanagement or impropriety, and at a critical link between local authorities and the citizens that they serve. It is our call to all stakeholders here today, including the policymakers, oversight bodies, ourselves as civil society organizations, the development partners, and as well as our citizens at large, to reflect on the findings and the insights from this research and discussion, to collaborate and advocate for the necessary solutions to make our local accountability structures work for all of us, for improved service delivery. We believe that the success of this work hinges on collaborations and partnerships across all sectors. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment towards building a strong governance system that is truly accountable, that is truly responsive, and a citizen-centered system. Today we have an opportunity to deliberate on issues affecting the local government public accountability committees and agree on the practical steps in addressing these challenges. And in so doing, we will not only strengthen these committees, but we will also build stronger foundations for ourselves today, for our children tomorrow, and especially for public trust. If we do not have the trust in what our governments are doing, if they are not open, transparent, and accountable to us, we will not be able to achieve a true democracy. So we need to see stronger fiscal responsibility and service delivery across the country. I wish to congratulate ACFIM, our partner, and I wish to congratulate the Uganda National NGO Forum Secretariat. I don't know how many of them are here today. Just put up your hands to be recognized. Thank you very much for all your efforts. And for all the stakeholders who are here today, I would like to thank you for taking part in this. Your ideas, your resolutions, your recommendations will be part of the formation of the foundation that we wish to see as Ugandans. Thank you once again for joining us today for a fruitful deliberation, I know, and may God be with us as a country as we move to develop it to greater and higher levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barbara. We now welcome remarks from the representative from the RDE. You're welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, representatives of government institutions, development partners, civil society actors, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Anders Korsbak. I'm the first secretary at the Danish Embassy. I wrote a speech, but all of the speakers before me, they talked about waking up early in the morning. So I guess I'll have to do the same. I am from Denmark, and we tend to take pride in being on time. But I have to admit that even I was also later than the Honorable Minister today. We are talking about accountability today, so I'll hold myself accountable for that. As Ms. Katasi said, timeliness matters. But it is my pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. It's an important meeting focusing on the functionality and the capacity of local government public accounts committees. On behalf of the Embassy of Denmark, I want to thank ACFIM and UNNGOF and all our partners who work so hard to advance transparency and integrity in Uganda. Your tireless efforts are making a real difference. The principles of transparency, accountability, and integrity are deeply embedded in Danish society. And we share a common belief with Uganda that society requires strong commitment to fighting corruption. We also see accountability as a crucial tool for development. When public funds are protected and used effectively, services can reach the people who needs it the most. This is important for communities to shape their own futures. It is with this understanding that the Embassy of Denmark continue to support this agenda in Uganda. Currently, we are collaborating with the embassies of Ireland, Netherlands, and Sweden to support efforts of Ugandan civil society organizations and local district governments to advance accountability in Uganda. And we are all aware of the challenges. We have heard the estimates from Inspectorate of Government. Institutions like the local government public accounts committees are vital guardians. They are vital guardians of public accountability. They are designed to prevent, detect, and address corruption. The report that we are discussing here today highlights that while the government public accounts committees have legal foundations to work on, effectiveness does vary. We should focus on practical solutions to these issues. We need to invest in strengthening the committees through funding, but also through continuous training and stronger legal institutional framework. Denmark remain committed to working with all of you, the government of Uganda, the media, civil society, and citizens to promote transparent, accountable, and democratic society in Uganda. Let us continue to build institutions and systems that truly serve the people, creating a more prosperous and just country for all. I wish you all fruitful deliberations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the representative from RDE. So I now welcome our representative from the State House Anti-Corruption Coalition to come and say something. State House Anti-Corruption Unit. Apologies for that.
Thank you. I think we could grow from a small unit to a coalition. It would help us all. The State House Anti-Corruption Unit is a very small unit, but in our smallness, we do not allow size to daunt us, and we try to shoot beyond our weight. So, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, members of Parliament present, representatives of foreign missions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me first of all convey apologies from Brigadier General Henry Isoke, the head of our unit, who should have been here today, but on account of other pressing assignments could not be here with us today and asked me to represent him. My name is Israel Ochwo. I am the head of the legal section at the unit, and I also deputize Brigadier General Henry Isoke. Allow me also thank ACFIM and the NGO Forum for commissioning this important study. I want to also, in the same spirit, thank the partners from Denmark, Sweden, Netherlands, and Iceland for their support to this noble cause. At State House Anti-Corruption Unit, since our inception in December 2018, one of the areas we chose to focus on was local government service delivery. We appreciated that a large part of the government budget went to local governments, and not enough effort was being taken in tracking it. If we look at our last budget, 2024-2025, in a budget of 72 trillion shillings, when you take off the about 41 trillion shillings that goes to debt repayment, local government, I think, was the highest funded sector with about 6.8 trillion. So it's an area where we need to place a serious effort. Even when you look at the other disbursements or other government entities in the education, health sector, most of these are still implemented at the local government sector, and we think it's an area where we need to marshal all our efforts to ensure that these resources are applied to good use. So I think this study goes a long way in dealing with the mechanisms we have at the local government level to address those challenges. State House Anti-Corruption Unit was created to coordinate and energize the fight against corruption. And that's what we have been engaged in. When we asked ourselves, what do we do? There was a big perception that nothing was being done to tackle corruption. And we therefore concentrated a lot in our initial stages on enforcement actions. And as we speak today, from December 2018, we have arraigned up to about 800 people in the courts of law on various charges, both in the anti-corruption division and the various the other courts. We've arraigned up to 800 people, and 370 of these are public officials. So our efforts have been in trying to deal with the perception that government was not doing enough to tackle corruption. But that being done, we've also realized that we can't keep going back. Money is stolen today in Nakapiripirit. You go to Nakapiripirit, you arrest the auditor, another auditor is, the district engineer, another engineer is placed, he does the same thing. And we've been asking ourselves, what is the problem we face? What systems do we have in place? And why are those systems not working? So in the recent past, we have been addressing how do we make the existing systems work. And now we have devolved a checklist for our teams. If we are invited to Vuma Island to investigate a case of corruption, we send our teams with a checklist on how the district land boards are supposed to operate, how the district service commissions are supposed to operate, how the internal audit component of the district is supposed to operate, how the chief administrative officer, whom the law places ultimate responsibility for the financial resources devolved to the district, what is he doing to ensure that our resources are not lost? So we are now questioning how our systems work and how to ensure that these systems which exist actually work. So we appreciate the effort from ACFIM and the NGO Forum to commission this study, because we think the local government, the district public accounts committees are a vital component in trying to ensure that systems work at the local government level. I know a number of studies have been done before this one. When I did a quick check on the internet, I saw a number of studies by Accord and others in this same area. But I am reassured by the comments made here by the chairperson of ACFIM that they are partners for solutions. Can we, at the end of this deliberation, be able to come up with solutions, one, that make oversight count, that ensure that the watchdogs are resourced, that tighten the accountability chain, and that bring citizens to participate in these efforts, because we cannot purport to act in the name of the citizens and then not involve them. I also want to use this opportunity to ask us to reflect. The local government public accounts committees are a small spoke in a big wheel. That wheel, first of all, broadly involves our decentralization policy. That wheel has various players who, in addition to the local government public accounts committees, will include the internal auditor, the auditor general, the internal auditor general, whose reports this committee is supposed to consider. That wheel involves the district chief administrative officer. That will involves the district executive committee. That will involves the district council. That will involves the Ministry of Local Government, and that will ultimately involves Parliament. So we will sit and look at what this committee is doing and what challenges it is facing, and that will also involve us as the anti-corruption agencies who are involved in going to the districts and checking. I always get frustrated. Sometimes my boss tells me, Israel, you have to go to Karamoja yourself to oversee this. And we move to Karamoja. But when we go to Karamoja, there is an RDC, there is a chief administrative officer who is charged with ensuring government resources are well spent. There is the council, there is the PAC, there is the auditor, there is the speaker, and all these people are sitting and saying, unless State House and corruption, there is IGG, unless there is the Auditor General who goes routinely, unless, and we are coming and we are the ones asking questions. And I get frustrated when at the end, we come up and you ask, first thing I do when I go to a district is to ask the internal auditor, give me your quarterly reports. So the matter is not mentioned in the quarterly reports. But a citizen has picked up his phone, called our call center, and told us there is this issue in Karenga. A citizen has picked up his phone and said there is this issue in Karenga. The citizen rarely has access to information of what is being implemented at the district. But all these officials I have mentioned have come, gone, or they are there, and a clean bill of health has been given. What crisis do we face? Why aren't these entities, the RDC and all these people I've listed, failing to do their job? I think those are the critical questions we need to ask ourselves today. The report of the district, of course, the report which is going to be presented is going to tell us there is underfunding. The report is going to tell us there is lack of support from the technical officials at the district. But they are critical questions. That report, when it's completed, is supposed to be presented to council. Why isn't the district council asking at the district executive committee level, at the district council level? Why isn't that, at that level, why aren't we asking the cow? We've finished a year and we've not heard from the district public accounts committee. No one asks that vital question. After that, that report is supposed to go to the Ministry of Local Government. They are supposed to present a report to the Minister of Local Government. How comes no report is presented? I know there are some reports which are presented. That report goes to the ministry. What action is the ministry taking? From the ministry, the minister is supposed to amalgamate these reports and table them in Parliament. And Parliament is supposed to consider these reports and submit them to Ministry of Finance. A Treasury Memorandum is supposed to be prepared. And once that is prepared, the Ministry of Finance is supposed to issue guidelines on implementation to the local governments that are affected. And this is not coming through. I have interacted with the chairpersons of district public accounts committees. I was lucky to, and I think I don't know if the study will have met them. I don't know if Northern Uganda, Karamoja, West Nile, Acholi, and Lango were part of the regions which were considered. But there was a very, very commendable effort from the local, the PACs in those regions to come up with a regional grouping, to be a voice, to amplify what they are doing and put up the challenges they were facing. And they repeatedly pointed out these issues. So I think at the end of the day, we need to ask ourselves, if the minister tabled this in Parliament, if Parliament issued a Treasury Memorandum to the Ministry, if Parliament discussed this and presented them to the Minister of Finance and Treasury Memorandums are issued, then we would take the voices of the little, of the small I'm using the word small in quotes. They are not really small men. They are distinguished gentlemen who have served this country and they're in retirement and they're giving a voluntary service. If we amplified their voice, I believe we would make these public accounts committees more effective. So in that spirit, for us as a unit, we are asking ourselves, why aren't our existing systems working? And I think whatever this study comes up with, whatever deliberations we have here today, we should ask ourselves, why isn't the system working, and how can we be partners, in the words of the chairperson, how can we be partners for solutions? I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Israel. We now go into the reason why we are here today. We've heard from our different officials who have welcomed us. So I now want to welcome Mr. Henry Muguzi to take us through the findings from the LGPAC functionality assessment. Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, the co-MC. Of course, as introduced, my name is Henry Muguzi, and today I'll have the honor of presenting to you these findings. But before I do that, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. Felix? The protocol already established, and also to express my gratitude. Yeah, my gratitude to the Honorable Minister. You know, I don't know whether all of us know the Honorable Minister well enough to understand that he has this passion about local governments that doesn't seem to expire. One of the legacies the Honorable Minister shall remember you for is your work in this area. Yesterday, I was listening attentively as you were making your submission on the floor of Parliament. And of course, on the subject of local governments, accountability systems, but also the funding of them and the operations, that is actually your legacy. So, can I have the? I'm trying to buy time. Trying to buy time so that I can connect the wire. We'll do it from there. Right. Yeah. Okay. So you'll be doing it from there. I lose the luxury of doing it myself. Honourable Minister, what we are doing is not just an isolated incident. After here, we have actually organized to conduct an experiential learning seminar for the members of local government PACs. The idea is to bring together this homogeneous audience in one space and reflect on the lived experiences and challenges and try to chart out a way of how we can improve their operations. And of course, like you said, we need to engage other stakeholders, and I'm happy when we met with you, Honourable Minister, you were happy to host one of the engagements on how we take this agenda forward. So tonight, today, I take the honor of presenting to you this assessment of the functionality of the local government public accounts committees. Next page, please. So why does this report matter? For a number of reasons, I point out three. One, local government PACs are the frontline watchdogs of accountability in Uganda's decentralized system. And I'm saying this with the knowledge. We normally used to say that it's at local government where the rubber touches the ground. That is where we have decided to serve the ordinary person, and so it matters a lot there. And the other reason it matters is because local government PACs exist to ensure that public money works for the people. And for us as an institution that follows the money in public institutions, we take keen interest in ensuring that this happens. And the third reason it matters is because despite these two, local government PACs their functionality remains uneven, but most importantly, it is also under pressure, as I will explain to you later. Next slide. So in terms of scope and methodology of this study, the rest of it is clear in the report. Next. In terms of geographical scope, as indicated by the chairperson of the national Uganda National NGO Forum, we conducted this study in 18 districts that were divided among the 14 sub-regions of Uganda. And the methodology we used, we did interviews, focus group discussions, document reviews. Next. And of course, the key respondents were the PAC members themselves, the chief administrative officers, speakers, internal auditors, civil society organizations in those districts, the Ministry of Local Government, the Office of the Auditor General, and members of Parliament. These are the key findings, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, 28% of these local government PACs are not fully constituted. So the PAC should have 5 members. You discover that 28% of them are not fully constituted, and the law, there are precedents about institutions that are not fully constituted. They cannot exist legally. Number two, 17% of the local government public accounts committees lack approval by the Ministry of Local Government. And therefore, without this approval, there is a legitimacy gap. So they are disempowered to execute their mandate. Next. So the majority of them, and you are looking at 61%, claim, report that they have submitted their reports regularly to the Minister of Local Government. But when you interact with the Minister of Local Government, and we had a long interaction with the Minister, he told us that he does not see these reports. The question is, where are these reports? Or did someone not tell the truth here? Next. And so only 25% of the local government PACs conducted quarterly visits, and this is constrained by weak funding and logistical difficulties. We spoke about this, Honourable Minister. So you have a local government PAC that is supposed to go around and conduct field visits to see the projects that are being done, but they have no vehicle. They literally have to beg the cow or the head of department to lend them the vehicle, so they cannot go there. Okay. Of course, even the money to sit, because many of them are dependent on the goodwill of the cow to find the money and ensure that they work. I was having a discussion with my colleague Richard Okuku, who is the Executive Director of Uganda Local Government Association. And of course, I'm sure he's taking gratitude that his predecessor is here. So I asked about how much does it cost to buy a Toyota Hilux double cabin, and we think it's around 280 or 300 million. So if you calculate with the 146 districts we have, we need a budget of only 40 billion. But you see, 40 billion, you'll find one technocrat has stolen this 40 billion, and or a small horde of technocrats have stolen this. So, but if we invested seriously and if we meant business, we should be able to make sure that public accounts committees have these. And we spoke about this, Honourable Minister. But also we have development partners around. I think this is an area they can help us with, because the mobility of public accountability committees is critical. 50% of these public accountability committees have secretaries, but these secretaries have not been oriented. They've not been trained on their roles. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to accountability, I've been working on these issues for the longest of time. You see, corruption keeps changing face. It actually, every day, it acquires more sophistication. For you to be able to track it, and you must be able to get ahead of it. You need training, you need skills, you need tools. the local government PACs are chasing shadows, because you see those secretaries are critical because they are the ones that set the agenda, but also inform the committees on what has to be done. That training is critical. If 50%, half of them do not have orientation, that's critical. The other key findings are, next. So we conducted this study in 18 districts. So in 8 of those, there is a failure to meet the gender representation quota on the PACs. Okay, but then also the meetings they hold are irregular, and they're always delayed due to access to Auditor General's report. They also have the LGPACs don't always gain access to the reports of the Auditor General. So the Auditor General releases reports. Some of these are posted to his website, but many, because of logistical constraints, the members of the LGPACs are not able to access these. If you want to discuss what the Auditor General reported, it turns out as news. So but there are certain things that these LGPACs are getting right, and one of them is recovery of misused funds, and I want to speak a little about this. This recovery, we found it in the districts of Lira, Kabarole, Moroto, and Soroti. And they were mostly on funds for universal primary education that had been misused. So I thought that's a good thing that LGPACs are doing. Next. They have also been able to facilitate disciplinary action against some corrupt officials. In some districts where the district council takes heed, they have been able to push through with some disciplinary action. Next. Then they have strengthened financial discipline in some districts. We are told that the human being is the only animal that is capable of changing behavior the moment it transpires to it that it is being monitored. So in some districts, this has worked. Where the local government PAC has some teeth, some oxygen, there's been some discipline. Next. And then, of course, there are promising best practices, and one of them being those there are timely field visits that we saw, and those are commendable. But then there's also collaboration efforts with the Office of the Auditor General. And in some districts, there is also political will. That political will also exists at the Ministry of Local Government, because the Honourable Minister would be the happiest if local government PACs worked. But let me talk about the tough realities that these PACs are facing. One of them is what I've just pointed out: underfunding and poor logistics. So you have this PAC, which is supposed to oversee the operations of the local government. The big elephant there is the cow. So the cow has to make sure he funds it to monitor him. And of course, the cow is always a participant in the eating game. So, and we also know how discomforting it feels to be held accountable. So underfunding is real. We need to find ways, as we get into the panel, we need to find alternative ways of funding these local government PACs. Then there's the issue of political interference that compromises their independence. And allow me, Honourable Minister, to speak a little about this. We found that politicians manipulate the appointment of members to the local government public accounts committees. And of course, as one of them told us, this was in Kagadi, and I quote, he said, if someone nominated you, then that person had an interest. How do you operate independently? This was one of the respondents of the PACs in the Kagadi district. in Kagadi. The other one is obstruction of investigations, but again by politicians. You will understand, ladies and gentlemen, that in most of our local governments, when someone contests to become LC5 chairperson or councillor, the thing is we have to get there and make some money because they've spent a lot of it. So when they get there, the assumption is that we shall control the tendering system, the public contracts. And therefore, there is a lot of vested political interests there. Everywhere they touch, there is obstruction of these investigations. Then there's also the issue of discrediting the committee findings as being baseless, So there is a lack of support, including from the District Executive Council itself. So political interference compromises contract management, as I said, but also it undermines accountability. But most importantly, there are also districts where there is political infighting. There's this camp fighting the other camp. So the council basically can't work on anything. And then the other top, can we go back, please? You don't be so fast. So the other one is weak enforcement of recommendations. Weak enforcement recommendations of these local government PACs is always, you know what? There is actually a lack of political will to enforce these. The District Executive Committee is not interested, which is surprising because they should be the ones taking advantage of the findings of the PACs. But also, lastly, are issues of capacity gaps. Half of the secretaries, as I talked about, and members of the local government PACs lack training, and I'm happy that that's one of the things we need to focus on. It was highlighted by the previous speakers, the issue of training the public accountability committees. Next, please. So, I want to share with you some of the voices we picked on the ground. The report is littered with many of these, but I picked out 3. The first one, this came from a member of LGPAC in Kabalore. He says, we do our work, but we leave it there. Enforcement is beyond us. Theirs is to provide the information. So if nobody picks the call to call my brother Israel that there is lack of enforcement here, nothing will happen. Next. Then this one from Mbale said, some recommendations just rot on the shelves of council. The District Executive Committee has no interest. Remember, they came through massive spending. They want to recoup what they spent. They must do that by not doing things the right way. And you're here talking about accountability. Where will the money come from? Are you normal? So you get to see that then everything falls to the ground. Next. This was from NAPAC. When there is political will, we recover some funds and make officials refund. So you see, when there is political will, things happen. Next. So the gender question. So the law requires that 1/3 of the members of the PACs are women. It's only in 10 out of the 18 that 18 districts we surveyed that we found this complied with, which means in 45% of the districts there are issues. They are falling short of the gender inclusivity requirement. Next. So in terms of recommendations, we make a few. Number 1, increase funding and logistics for regular meetings and field visits. This is critical. Whether that will come from the national budget, and the Honourable Minister, you alluded to this in your statement on the floor of Parliament, whether that comes from stakeholders, we need to guide on where this can come from. Number 2, institutionalize training and induction for all local government public accounts members, because without these skills, and you cannot train them today and expect to live with those skills, because throughout the 5 years they need to be constantly refreshed, because the animal they're chasing keeps mutating every moment. Number 3, we need to strengthen enforcement of recommendations. Now, one of the things I highlighted is because the report highlights is the lack of political will at the local government level. Israel asked us the question of why is it that you have a district where you have another DC, you have a DISO, you have a regional inspector, inspectorate officer, but you have also there maybe what is it called? The police is there. They have an anti-corruption unit. There are too many actors on the ground. Why is it that they have no interest in picking this up? Let me share with you this, and just pause there. Just share with you this. So one of my colleagues who used to work with the budget monitoring and accountability unit went into Kabong innocently, and she did not report to the district authorities like the others did. So she did things the other way around. So she hits the ground in Kabong, enters Kabong. She has a report of the Kabong district of government. They have opened up 3 roads. One of them is 80 kilometers, another is 60, the other is around 45. So she tells the driver, let's say, do 0 kilometer. So on the one of 80 kilometers, they drive on for about 25 kilometers, the road stops. And then the other one of 50, they drive for about 12, it stops. Then the one of 45, they drive, it stops at around 9, 10. So she picks these and then goes to the local government. They think she has just arrived because the practice always was that if you enter the district, first place to go to the local government, introduce yourself, I'm here, blah, 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 blah. She didn't. She did it the other round. So when she came and tabled her findings, they said, no, nobody can go there. They are warriors there. This was around 2010. At that time I was working with the USAID anti-corruption project. So they said, you cannot go there, they are warriors. She said, no, I have gone there. No. You ask all your colleagues, nobody goes there, except if you have been escorted by us. So when they discovered she actually has gone there and she's mentioning the kilometers, they said we are in trouble. So they said they sent to her a girl that looked to be her age and said, the cow says, how much do you want? So this lady who had just started working with the government for the first time calls me and says, you are my colleague. I'm faced with a situation here. What do I do? These fellows they're offering 50 million. Should I take it? So I asked her, 50 million and your career, which one is more expensive? Oh, she said, oh, you are right. So she did not take the money. But you see, it means that she would have asked for any amount she needed because she had found them out. But there's another DC there, there is a DISO there. Why is it that they're not able to be doing these things and report to State House, take action? Why should it be a citizen? So I think we drop balls sometimes, and these are issues we need to discuss as we get into the panel. Next. We need to boost collaboration with those relevant institutions, OAG, Ministry of Local Government, Parliament, the DISO, the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, civil society, the media, and many others. This collaboration, you see, corruption is such a difficult thing to deal with, which is why you will never hear a simple word used with corruption. Every time somebody talks about corruption, they must use militant words, such as fight corruption, combat corruption, kill corruption, you understand? So we need to collaborate, because single-handedly we cannot go very far. Then we need to open up to citizens. They're the ones that have all the information. They're the ones that benefit from this. We should be able to publish most of the findings to build public trust, because when there is opaqueness, then the citizen is not helped. And then I end with a slide on the call to action. And the first call is that local government PACs are a cornerstone of accountability in Uganda. First and foremost, let's first settle that. The cornerstone. Number two, that without these local government PACs, decentralization, whatever the form, risks becoming decentralization of corruption. We don't want that. Number three, we need to reform, to support, and to strengthen local government PACs for stronger government, better services, and restored citizen trust. And I want to end with this one. That's the last one. Without accountability, just to emphasize, decentralization risks becoming decentralization of corruption. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I looking forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Henry, for the presentation. I now want to welcome Ms. Barbara once again to officially welcome the Minister to give his keynote address. You're welcome, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. And I hope this is a report that all of us we associate with. On behalf of ACFIM and the Uganda National NGO Forum, we are so pleased and happy to have the Honorable Minister of Local Government amidst us today with the passion that he has for this sector, and for him having accepted to be our chief guest today. I would like to take this honor to invite him to come and give his official remarks. You're very welcome, Honorable.
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, friends. I've been told that I should observe protocol, and that is my problem. I've heard what people have said, but it seems to be lamentation with no solution. The animal in the room is corruption. Before I invite the chairperson of Guru Park, is there a chairperson or member? Yes. I want to hear from you. Because hearing from Henry, we've been with Henry. Hearing from State House and Corruption Unit, he has said they have already arrested 800 people. So have you solved the problem? You're sure the problem is 800 people? How many do you want to arrest now? Allow me to raise the following questions. And I'll beg after my little speech, you'll allow me to leave because we have the National Budget Conference at Munyonyo, and I'm supposed to go and address them. Question number one. Does more pay to public officers reduce or end corruption? If so, why are the rich and those well paid in government even more corrupt? Somebody is telling me the PACs are not well paid and so on. So, is it true that if you pay them better, will end the problem? Question number two. Does creation of more anti-corruption agencies reduce or end corruption? How many more do we need to create? You can count them, there are many. I'm from a statistics background, so the more you create, do you see the corruption going down? Or the more you create, the more the corruption, so. Have we reached a stage where we need an anti-corruption unit against anti-corruption agencies? Question number three. Does the increase in civil society organizations faith-based organizations, community-based organizations who are supposed to fight corruption, does it end corruption? If so, why do I see many reports, many researches, but we seem to be having the same problem? Question number 4. Does the arrest of corrupt people present as an effective cure against corruption? Does the arrest of corrupt people present as an effective cure against corruption? If not, then where should we shoot our bullets? That was question number what? 4. That was 4. Question number 5. Does the citizen who is paying the public officers also attract the attention of the anti-corruption agencies? Does the citizen who is paying the corrupt officers also attract the attention of anti-corruption agencies? I want a job at a district and I pay 5 million. I know that the job, the salary is 200,000. Am I corrupt? Am I a problem? Question number 6. Is it possible for us at the center to fight and end corruption in 70,000 villages? Is it possible for us at the center, here, for us to fight and end corruption in 70,000 villages? Or should we empower the local authorities down there to do that? Question number 7. Is it true that some PACs, district public accounts committees, are not corrupt, but they are maligned by the brokers? Mr. Chairman, you may want to comment on that. It's something I've heard here. I want to find out, in your research, did you find out this one? That somebody comes with this young person looking for a job and says, you wait here, I'm going to see the chairman of the district. When he enters my office, he says, Magezi, how are you? I say, I'm fine. I just came to check on you. Then when he goes out, he tells the young person, the man has said, yes, you have the job. Gets the money from the young person. I don't even know what is going on between them. Did you find out this kind of situation? And how do we handle it? 2 more questions. What determines your performance of a day or during the day? Today is the 11th of September 2025. What will determine your performance for this day as an individual? And the final question, what are the 2 to 3 locks that must be unlocked to make Uganda corruption free? What are those 2 locks, padlocks, that we must find an effective key to unlock to make Uganda corruption free? And as I said, before I give my speech, I want to listen to the person on the ground. Mr. Chairman, they are accusing you and your people. Come and tell us the story. Where is the problem? Is it that you need more money, so we give you more money and you'll be okay? Is it that there is political influence, so what do we do with politicians? What is the problem, so that we talk from the point of knowledge of somebody who has been there.
Good morning, everybody, once again. Thank you, the Honorable Minister, for singling me out to come and give my mind or my experience on the impact or the effectiveness of LGPAC in the fight for corruption. This is a very difficult thing to do, but it is possible to end corruption. Most probably not in 1 week, not in 1 day, not in 1 month. I think for corruption to end in this country, we need to go down. We need to go down, and we need a generational steps to be taken to correct mindset of people in this country. Because even the question that you asked, number 7, is it true that some members of LGPAC are not corrupt? Maybe yes, maybe no. But corruption has been systemized in this country to the extent that people think nothing can be achieved if you follow the normal way. People always want shortcut, be it politics, be it local government, all walks of life, people want shortcuts. So to me, I think the lasting solution would be, I think government must come up, especially through Ministry of Education, to develop a curriculum, to teach people, our children, on integrity, ethics and integrity. Maybe to me, through that approach, there must be a mindset development that you must follow the correct way of achieving what you do. Honorable Minister, this is what I can summarize. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have really finished us. Now, what can we say? One of the questions I asked was, what determines your performance during the day? And allow me to give you that answer, or should I let you answer it? You give me your answers. If you are to analyze your performance in any day, what determines your performance in that particular day? Try. There's no problem with not succeeding. The biggest problem is not trying. Give it a try. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Onyayeun from Sensitize, Uganda. I think what determines my performance in a day is what I have set up, my plans for the day, vis-a-vis what I managed to achieve during the course of the day. Will determine my performance of the day. Thank you.
Perfect answer, but give me one word for exactly what you're saying. Just one word. He says he plans, he sets up what to do in that particular day. What is this? Yeah, Madam Joyce.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. For me, I think it is my Christian values.
The values.
When I wake up in the morning, I have a plan, and my question is, God, shall I be able to do this to honor you? So whatever I do, I'm honoring God. If people benefit, it is okay. But I want, by the end of the day, to feel that I have done this and I have honored God that day.
Perfect. Let me tell you what I think, and then we move on. My own answer would be, it is my first step. The step I make just as I leave my house determines the journey I'm going to take. If I'm coming to Kabira and I'm in Ntinda, and the first step is facing Chira, yes, I may reach there, but that already tells you the way I'm going to handle my journey. If I take a step outside my house and then I go back, then it means in my mind, I'm not sure where I'm going. Friends, corruption is a big giant, but we must take and value every single step. However long the journey is, if you are afraid to make the first step, you'll never move. So I'm here to rally you, to say that we can. Let's not give up, fellow countrymen and countrywomen. Some things must be done. I'm honored to join you, to be here with you today. As I've told you, we have a very big conference of local government leaders and ministries. But I decided my first step would be here because I value this meeting. We can do as much budget as we want. And we had only 5 billion, 5 trillion. We grew to 10 trillion. We are now talking about, we want 500 trillion. In terms of collection of revenue, we are not going backwards. But I don't think the challenge is getting more money when the leakage is actually. So to me, this meeting is extremely important. And I want to thank you, Madam Katesi and Barbara, for putting up this effort to say, let's study. What is the problem down there? Because we are at the heart of either we develop or we remain stagnant. We have hundreds from Denmark. I've been there. I've been to Denmark, I've been to Ireland, I've been to Sweden, Netherlands. These people are giving us the money. Smaller countries than ours, smaller populations, less endowed actually. With full respect, their weather cannot be compared with our weather here. Somewhere at midnight, guys were out that they were waiting for the sun. Their soils, look at our soils. The strength of our population, our rivers, the natural water, our mountains, the beauty of our forests. And they are the ones giving us money. Uganda has gold almost in every part of the country. We have even the more valuable minerals, uranium. We are now discovering oil in every region. The animals in this country, the birds, you've not seen somebody paying to come and see your birds. And for us, we chase them away. They are a nuisance. Something must be not going right. That a country called Iceland, with 300,000 people, is giving donation here in Uganda. And their only resource is fish. So if you think you are here to waste time, I want to urge you to agree that we either make it or we break it. It's our country. We must find a solution. So I want to salute you, the Alliance for Finance Monitoring, the National NGO Forum, the development partners who have supported this effort, the accountability agencies who are doing what I've called the first step of this long journey. Also, I want to salute the public accounts committees across the country because they are poorly facilitated. And despite this, some of them do hard work, scrutinize our performance, our expenditures, so that the people can get good services. What is the composition and what is the role of the local government public accounts committees as we have them in the law? These committees are established under the Local Government Act. They are a feature and creation of decentralization in Section 92 of the Local Governments Act. The committee consists of 5 members, including one representing the urban authorities in the district. At least 2 of the members must be women for gender balance. The qualification of a member of the PAC, there are 2 in the law. A person of high moral character and proven integrity. You can define what that means. But the second one is more strict. Minimum at the local government parks. Number one, and my staff are here, we must ensure full composition of the parks in all districts. You think of having a committee of 5 people and it is only having 2, 3, must end somewhere. We shall work with the district councils to ensure that all local government parks are fully constituted by law. As I've said, out of 5, at least 2 should be women. That is the law. Don't start debating it. The principle is simple. A legitimate committee commands authority, and authority is essential for enforcement. So we shall review and strengthen the legal framework to ensure that these parks are fully constituted and compliant with the law. Number 2, we'll do what it takes to work with you to make oversight predictable and timely. Timeliness and predictability. The park sittings should be regular and not on an ad hoc basis. As a ministry, we shall demand that the park reports reach my office in time for tabling in Parliament. Now, to make this more effective, we are in the process of amending the Local Government Act. So kindly tell the PS, I think we hadn't done that, we hadn't included it. Let's include an amendment requiring every district public accounts committee to submit an end-of-year report to the minister, in any case not later than the 31st of August. Because the financial year ends on 30th of June. So we shall give them 2 months to compile and complete their report. They present to council, whether the council debates it or not, that's not my business. What I need is my report. And then we shall include penalties for parks who do not abide by this. Number 3, we must provide adequate facilitation to these committees. They are now being facilitated by the councils from their local revenue. But the law is clear. Parks are facilitated from the consolidated fund. So, straight away, I'm going to deal with the Minister of Finance to make sure that we provide adequate facilitation for the public accountability committees. I think we are shooting ourselves in the foot. You send somebody to dig, then you don't give him the hoe. So you expect him to scratch the... Effective oversight requires logistics in terms of transport for site visits, stationery for documentation, facilities for hearings, and as a ministry, we will continue to engage relevant government institutions and development partners to adequately fund the parks, especially field verification activities. I will be happy to have a meeting with the donor agencies who are ready to support us in this direction. And instead of only funding researches and these meetings in Kabira Country Club, let's put the money where it is supposed to be. And then we turn, we monitor them, we question them, we support them, and at the end of the day, we may be taking the right step in the right journey. Number 4, I've taken note of the recommendations in the report regarding building effective capacity if we want results. The ministry takes seriously the capacity gaps in local government public accounts committees. This is an area where we call for partnerships and collaboration with other government institutions, civil society, and development partners. There are 2 things we must do. One is to arrange regular induction and training of these committees. We must train them. It's like, as you heard in Parliament the other day, Richard is here, the Secretary General of Volga, they were saying, but you have not inducted councillors. And I said, yes, we have not, because I don't have the money. But then I had members of Parliament, these councillors don't even know how to debate. I said, look at my colleagues now. Somebody is elected because he attends burials very regularly. Somebody is elected because he comes from the biggest clan in the area. And you expect him to understand a medium-term expenditure framework, the annual budget and balancing the budget and plans? You must train the people if you want them to work. So we must fund and arrange training meetings for these parks. I'll certainly start with a meeting of all chairpersons of parks. Within 2 months, I want to have that meeting. And I want to put the questions I've had here from the NGO Forum, from the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, from the Alliance, from our development partners. I want to hear the answers they have. Suppose we provided the resources. Suppose we gave you competent staff. Suppose we gave you transport. And suppose all that you're talking about is done. Can you do your work? If you can't, then let's have somebody who can do this work. But there's another thing we must do on that one in terms of capacitation. The law provides qualification of A level. Can you believe it? Somebody who has finished A6 is supposed to examine a master's degree holder. I think we made a mistake there. Let's upscale it so that they are not timid, they are not fearing these officers. Because at the end of the day, whom are you examining? Whom are you dealing with? The cow, there is no cow without a master's degree. The auditors, internal audit, the fellow has studied ACCA, CPA. You're dealing with an O-level, A-level person to handle this function. So include that in the Local Governments Act amendment to raise the bar for people who want to become members of the public accounts committees. And I think we may have to do the same for district service commissions. It cannot be just, in the law we say you have an experience having worked in the public sector. You could have worked in the public sector as a... Okay, so that is the point number 4 of effective capacity if we want to have results. Number 5, we must make sure that the recommendations of PAC are enforced with consistency and fairness. You've heard the voices which were projected here. Now, if I recommend and it is not implemented, the next day I recommend it is not implemented. Really, where do I get the motivation to do my work? We shall continue to engage the district chairpersons and CAOs to ensure that the PAC recommendations are implemented and not merely acknowledged. Persistent non-compliance will be penalized through established administrative channels under the relevant laws and regulations. The recommendations of PAC exist to be executed, not to be filed. We're going to look at if PAC is examining the audit report on the chief administrative officer, who is the accounting officer. How do I expect the same accounting officer to be the one to implement this? So don't sit in the room and we just say we've seen a study. Let's examine what is causing the problem. Unless you drive to the cause of a problem, you will prescribe the wrong solution. How do I sit as PAC? I go to the field. I find the road was not well done. You are talking of 5 kilometers out of 30. I come back, I say, put it in the report. It goes to the council. Nobody's interested. Because the councillors are part of the tender system. The CFO is part of the payment system. The district engineer is the one who is giving the certificate. So there must be another authority in charge of implementation of these recommendations or overseeing. I've been advised by my neighbor here. She's from the Rwenzori Anti-Corruption Coalition. And it seems civil society can do a lot if we open the doors of local governments to them. Unless the civil society are also getting this problem. But we must believe that there are some Ugandans who are still serious. Because what does it take? Why is the councillor representing the sub-county at the district? Why is he not able to say, but chairman of the district, this road for which we budgeted 30 million shillings, these guys just poured maram and they left. It's taking 3 months. And somebody is being paid. So we must look at this issue of enforcement of the recommendations of PAC. How do we do it? Henry, brainstorm over it. Give us your proposals. We shall work on this one. Number 6, strengthen collaboration with other MDAs. We shall build stronger networks with other stakeholders in the accountability ecosystem because we need each other. Coordination, mutual engagement should be strengthened through joint monitoring, supervision, regular meetings. We're working closely with the State House Anti-Corruption Unit. We're working closely with the IGG, the Auditor General, and all the others. But I think we need to meet over some of these issues and agree on concrete actions. So, help me, Madam Katesi, help me circulate the report to these agencies, make sure they receive it with the recommendations of this meeting, and then I want to make sure that in the next 1 or 2 months, we have a meeting with the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, IGG, and all the others regarding the recommendations of this report. And we do it together, so that when I go to Parliament, I don't just talk about local government, because as somebody says, local government is where everything happens. Roads, health units, schools, water, everything, environment. When you look at all the other MDS, ministries, departments, and agencies of government, there is no other ministry with more than 1 million workers, which we have in local government. If you start from the village, we have 70,626 villages, and each of them has 10 members of the executive. And I've been telling the president and cabinet this week, we must increase the pay for the chairman and the other members. Let's give them something. Also in the same villages, we have VHTs, village health teams. We have 10,000 parishes, 10,594. And at each parish, we have also a committee of 10 with a council at the parish, depending on the members of the village they have. And we have parish chiefs in each parish and extension workers there. We have sub-counties, 2,184, with councillors, with technical officials from the sub-county chief and so on. Then you have the districts, 145 districts and cities, and 31 municipalities. The force I have is actually about 1.3 million. So when you say we get more money than any other sector, yes, because we play a bigger role than any other sector. That's why we may be more thieves than any other sector. But that's not true. I totally don't think it is true. I think we at the center, it's just that your torch is not focusing properly. Focus on these ministries, you'll just get a shock. But that does not cover us. We are going to work with the government agencies so that at least in the next 2-3 years, local governments rise in terms of the bar, in terms of the way we are recognized in efficiency and service delivery. Number 7, partnership with the development partners, civil society, and the citizens. The ministry will use an open door policy for constructive collaboration with the development partners. As I've said, I went through the Danish embassy. Fred, you are here. We've worked very closely with all government associations. Can't we have a meeting of the donor decentralization subgroup or the urbanization subgroup? And we discuss this critical matter you cannot spend money and you are not interested in the Public Accountability Committee, which is supposed to ensure that money goes for the purpose. We could actually work together in that direction, as well as the civil society organizations, the National NGO Forum, you are here. Take the lead. Invite us. You say, Minister, we are here. Come and we talk about your members. The media and other stakeholders, so as to ensure citizen sensitization, community verification, and tracking. When citizens see accountability working, public trust in government is enhanced. So I'm calling on the citizens also, not to just sleep. We need them. But let me make my eighth commitment. We're going to do what it takes, including amendment of the law, to make the public accountability committees in local government independent, to enhance their independence, independent of the organs they oversee. And where do we have to tighten? There are three aspects. Number one, their appointment. If I'm appointed minister by the President Museveni, you expect me to support UNUP? Would you be serious? We are going to look at this. Without weakening decentralization, how do we ensure that we strengthen the independence of a chairperson of accountability, not feeling that his next term is dependent on the chairman of the district? The other area is their pay and facilitation. We could actually uplift it so that they are paid from the central government and that their pay goes directly to them. Because imagine you are going to the field and you are before the district education officer, you are going to monitor schools. And you are telling the district education officer, can I have a pickup? Then the third area is enforcement of recommendations. We're also going to look at how do we make this independent of the people on whom the audit report is being made. Just look at Parliament. The budget of Parliament is independent of the executive. They do their budget. And they have the accountability committee which reports to council, having nothing to do with the ministries. And there's a serious business. So I think if we tighten these three areas, then we'll be talking of a committee with, I think we talk also of their qualifications. Yeah, let's include that one. Independence depends on qualification. If I'm before you and I have my degree and I have my master's, I can examine you. But to expect a no-level graduate to examine a PhD fellow, this is expecting too much. We have some of our cows with PhDs. And these are the accountability officials. Before I conclude, I want to join you on a call for shared responsibility. I think to the citizens, government alone cannot fix service delivery gaps. It is necessary that citizens get involved in holding leaders accountable. But this is our country, and I don't know what's going wrong. I was asking Joyce, she has been working with us in Parliament, she's a senior citizen. What is going wrong? At the time of election like this one, I've seen, even back home, people electing a leader, not because they believe this is the right representative, but simply because he gave them 2,000 shillings the last night. So this challenge seems to be globe much bigger than we're talking about. But in any case, we need to bring the citizens on board. The PAC can only do what is within their means. As we focus on strengthening the local government accountability structures, citizens, in my view, should know and appreciate that they are part of these structures, because they are the ears, the eyes, and hands who support the local governments and who check these structures in their areas. Somebody has said, yes, I got a phone call from a citizen, and they said, but we see culverts, they have been here for a whole month. That is the role of a citizen. Then the rest is to us to see whether we are waking up. But sir, our headmaster is not working. This teacher has been in the bar the whole night. Then it's up to us to cross-check, and this is a call to action for the citizens, because we need collective action. The efficacy of decentralization is to improve livelihood. It is about a mother finding medicine at the health center. When you improve the work of PAC, you're talking about a child attending school in a decent environment. When we spend our time discussing this report, it's because we are interested in a farmer finding a passable road to the market. When you see women interested in leading these civil society organizations to ensure accountability to local government, it's because they want to access functional boreholes with clean, safe water in their areas. Our collective task is to keep the accountability chain unbroken and ensure efficient and effective services to the people of Uganda. I want to thank the Auditor General's Office and the accountability institutions. We thank you for your independence and professionalism. We have undertaken today to enhance our collaboration in strengthening the local government public accountability committees. To the PACs, you are the front line of accountability in local government. So as a ministry, we are going to continuously work towards improving your performance in execution of this mandate. The district leaders and accounting officers, you must strive to facilitate the PACs and to implement their recommendations fully and on time. To you, my friends from the local government associations, civil society, the media, the faith-based institutions, please, you are doing a good job. So continue to work alongside government to fairly and accurately report accountability and service delivery deficiencies. Of course, give credit where it is due. And finally, to our citizens, it is their vigilance and participation that will make accountability institutions perform better. Together, let us move from reports to remedies and ensure that every shilling serves the public good, for God and my country. So I'm leaving a copy of my statement with the chairperson, and I want to wish you a very good day. I will look forward to the recommendations of the meeting, and as I've said, expect some action from us within two months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I think it deserves a bigger round of applause. Before, Honorable Minister, you leave, I think let's tweak our program a little bit. We're supposed to launch the report. So I think we'll straight away get into the launch of the report. We will also have a group photo. And as the minister, we will allow then the minister to exit. And I think on your way out, the journalists were whispering at me that we need that moment. So hold it there for a while. Once again, we really appreciate you've left us homework. I think there were 8 questions for all of us. So we have some homework to do. But also you've given us practical solutions. If it was in my power, I would actually adjourn this meeting. Why? You left us with solutions. What can be done? But nevertheless, we'll again have a discussion around that. So allow me to quickly first get into the next session of launching the report. So, Honorable Minister, I'm going to inconvenience you for that purpose, and you'll be joined by all the representatives from the accountability agencies, all the LGPACs members available, and our development partners for that. So, Rose, I think I'll need your help here. This is one area where the gender matters a lot. I need some help here. I think it's here. Honorable Minister, when it comes to markers, I hope you're not very color selective. We have some red markers. I'm just being very careful here. And green and blue. Yeah, so let me invite the Honorable Minister to, thank you so much. If every representative from the Accountability Agency, please join us. All the LGPACs available, please join us. Okay. No, it's not there. Okay, I think we have. All right, microphone. Let me take the microphone.
So on my own behalf, on behalf of the government. Hello?
It's on, Minister.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of the Minister of Local Government, also on behalf of government, to officially launch and receive the reports on the functionality of the local government public accounts committees. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Minister, as a sign of commitment to some of the recommendations you've made, you are allowed to make a signature.
You can see I'm putting something close to red. And don't forget it is our national color. So I append my signature. Where do you want it?
Anywhere.
Anywhere. Up here. Okay. Today is
So the others can join in. Their markers here. Please, let's sign quickly and don't leave because we then have the group photo so that we can now allow the minister to leave and attend to other matters. We shall have the group photo here. So sign and kindly stay behind briefly. And then we can have the group photo. For the group photo, we can have more members join us. Have we finished signing? Have we finished signing? Okay. Your signature, I must account. We bought this using your resources, please. Thank you. Okay, so let me create space for the group photo. So let's have the group photo. Okay, some can stand. If you know you are challenged in terms of height, you can stand behind. Let's have this group photo. Some of you, this idea is going to be the only photo where you have an influential person. So please, take advantage. And if you want the anointing to also be a minister, be closer, be closer. Let's get this done. So, cameraman, as long as the minister is seen and I'm seen, the rest is okay. You can be edited. I think that should be enough. Thank you very much. We can take our seats, and I will request our chairperson and the chairperson of UNNGOF, chairperson of ACFIM, to attend to the minister as he exits. The rest, it's only the minister who has asked for leaving early, so the rest I expect you to remain behind. The program is just halfway, but I promise you we should be done by midday. So I have an hour to do magic. I'm seeing more empty seats after the minister leaving. Maybe I would have held the minister back a bit. Ebo, just make sure people get back here. Okay, so in the meantime, colleagues, we shall do the catch-up. Trust me, I'll give you time to do the catch-up. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a catch-up, trust me. I also love that catch-up. So let's get to the next session. I know some members they had to stretch their legs, so I'll accept that. That's a 5-minute break. But in the meantime, I hope my panelists are around or in the room, because on the program, we're supposed to discuss the report, and we've put together a panel of experts to discuss the report And then later on we shall have about 30 minutes to 40 minutes of plenary. So to just listen into some of the feedback that is coming in from the audience. But on the panel, I'll first make an apology. When we mobilized, we made sure that we have women represented, and not just represented, but women with power represented. As I speak now, it's an all-male panel. It's not my intention. That's how it turned out to be. But someone told me that, yeah, sometimes when it's an all-male panel, we can also we can represent women. Someone told me that. So on the panel, and I'm hoping the panelists are available, allow me to call to the stage Mr. Richard Okuku, the Executive Secretary for ULGA. ULGA is Uganda Local Government Association. Richard, you're welcome. Please take your seat. He is the Secretary General. Yes, Secretary General for ULGA. Have I baptized you a new title, Richard? Okay. You're most welcome, Richard. My other panelist is Mr. Ismail Ahmed, the Principal Inspector from local government. He's also the focal person for LGPAC, so we have the right person. You're most welcome. Yes, some hands. We need some hands. I did a bit of I did some bit of shuffling on the panel. So allow me to welcome Mr. Semand Aloysius, who is the chairperson for the Wakiso District LGPAC. Is familiar with this. They did a study some time back, similar study. He's very grounded. He's also an auditor. If I'm right, you're also an auditor. So there is a step here. Okay. We were supposed to have someone from the committee in Parliament. Until before I came to the podium, she was on the way. I think she's coming from Tanzania, because by now she should have arrived. But if she comes, I'll let her take the seat. But in the meantime, allow me to welcome Jonas Mbabazi, who is the research fellow at ACORD. Mr. Jonas. Someone is asking me what is ACORD in full. Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. Yes, so our panel is complete for now, but we have quorum. Gentlemen, you're welcome. I'll stand here and I'll do my business from here. So I'm going to give each one of you, and I hope 2 minutes are enough to just your your quick thoughts. One on the minister's submission, because it was heavy with recommendations, but also your quick thoughts on the study findings. Just 2 minutes, please. Let's keep it 2 minutes each. And I'll start with you, Jonas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to have you here, and glad to be part of the panel. I'll start with a few things about the rhetorical questions that the minister raised. And one of the issues he asked, if we paid everybody what is due, would we be able to fight corruption? And my answer is no, because corruption is not as a result of, largely is not as a result of poor payment, but largely as a result of a corrupt ethos system. And therefore, for me, this is all about reconstructing our ethos and ensuring that we have a system that espouses ethical behavior and conduct, both within the government institutions, but also within the community. And the other issues relating to enforcement, definitely enforcement in most cases is a deterrent, and we need to see political will in as far as enforcement is concerned, right from the national level. In some cases, political decisions that are made at the national level set the tempo for what happens at the local government level. And in cases where, for instance, you see prosecutions that have been complete, people have been sent to prison, and after a while they receive presidential pardons, that undermines the anti-corruption efforts. And I think we need to rethink what that means in the fight against corruption. In terms of the recommendations that the minister also made, there are quite a number, and some of them relate to compliance issues. I was privileged to be part of a team that moved across the 18 districts where the study was done, and I was able to learn that there are many compliance issues, and these compliance issues largely relate to a dysfunctional inspectorate function, both at the local government level and at the central government level. And here I would recommend for the minister to ensure that we have a strengthened inspectorate function, both at the local government level and at the central government level, to ensure that some of these compliance issues can be addressed to avoid undermining the legitimacy of these institutions. Definitely the issues of capacity building are paramount, where members or LGPACs are not able to effectively address or they are not able to effectively discharge their duties at that level. And therefore, I agree with the minister that we must have regular and consistent trainings for members of LGPACs, among other things. But we also need to note that LGPACs do not work in isolation. It is an entire ecosystem. If the internal audit is not working, if the councils are not working, if the DEC is not working, we do not expect the LGPACs to work in isolation.
All right.
Briefly, that's what I can say about the minister's comments.
Thank you, Jonas, for breaking the ice. Over to you, Richard. 2 minutes. Quick thoughts.
Thank you, Felix, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I would like to start with, before the minister's remarks, just to make it clear that the local government's allocation out of the national budget, 25-26, is actually about 8.5. So the local governments do not take the biggest share. So the biggest share of about 26.1% is to the Human Capital Development Program. So I thought I would make that clear, but that does not take away the fact that we have issues of accountability in the local governments. So for me, the takeaways from the minister's remarks is the commitment from government to tackle the challenge and look at possible ways of eliminating corruption, where we have talked about the amendment of the law, and that's the Local Government Act, Cap 138. So please, when you quote the Local Government Act, always quote 138. So we moved away from 245. And then 2 is trying to look at the full composition, because we've had constraints in terms of the membership, the composition of the local government public account committees, and the minister's commitment to ensure the full composition of the LGPACs is critical for us to ponder on and then to see how do we actualize this. Lastly, I would want to talk about the aspect of financing and the trainings for these local government parks. And in 2017-18, I remember the Ministry of Local Government working with the GAP program, and we worked together, developed their handbook for the operations of the local government public accounts committees. Unfortunately, we had issues where GAP closed, but then the report, this handbook was launched during the COVID period, and the dissemination wasn't that effective. So for us to be able to leverage on the existing documents or on this handbook, we need to have it disseminated. So where we cannot conduct inductions and trainings, can we send out copies of this handbook to guide the operations of the members? So I thought I would start with those, especially coming from the minister's remarks.
Thank you so much, Richard. Over to you, Ismail.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm privileged to be here today, but also me seated here started working in a local government. So I also happen to interact with the LGPACs in the local government, but also now at the ministry, at a policy level, and trying to look at the challenges the local government public accounts committee are facing. Ladies and gentlemen, accountability issues are as old as creation. You all remember from the Bible when Adam was asked, "Where are you?" He was failing to account for himself where he was. And I doubt whether God didn't know where Adam was, but he asked, "Where are you?" So accountability issues are as old as creation. And instead of Adam admitting, he referred to the partner you gave me. He couldn't admit that he was the leader. He was the accounting officer at that time. Now, the Honorable Minister has given us quite a number. And like he said in his speech, these are not new things. They are always there. But for me, I look at it from one angle. Majority of the people seated here are from the civil society and maybe private sector, and those may be online. I would ask a question that which family does public servants? Where do we recruit public servants from? So it's not a tribal issue. It's not a clan issue. It's not a family issue. However, if people change seats from where you are seated and join public service, the same thing will happen. So the issue is about morality of the citizens of this country, way beyond what we are seeing. When you talk about public, who is the public? It's me and you, not so. The difference between me and you is an appointment letter I have and you don't have. So this question of the Local Government Public Accounts Committee, their work, and I thank the organizers of this meeting and those who did the assessment. It's an eye-opening. But the scope of the report was only narrowed towards Local Government Public Accounts Committee. The LGPAC doesn't work in independent. If you looked at the structure of internal audit, the district is supposed to have only 2 staff, 1 principal internal auditor and 1 senior auditor, who's supposed to audit all the primary schools, all health centers, all those roads you're talking about, and service delivery. Then based on his or her report, the LGPAC members are supposed to make their recommendations. Now, when you have a poor internal auditor in terms of the work he's doing, what do you expect from the recommendations of the LGPAC? So it's quite big. It's a big thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, lastly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Semanda is my name. I'm the chairperson of Wakiso District Local Government Public Accounting. I'm also a certified public accountant. I have also been lucky in the years past. I have also chaired the internal audit committees of the accountability sector of central government. So I've had a lot of exposure as far as audit and local government public accounts committees are concerned. I just want to give you a scenario of what it is when I'm carrying out this work. I have a committee of 5. One is an unemployed person. The second one is a news anchor. The third one is a former councillor. The last one is a retired nurse. That constitutes the local government public accounts committee of the district.
Quick one, was it inducted?
Yeah, it was inducted,
Great.
That's right.
Okay.
But I'm showing you the capacity. So when we sit in a meeting, I do 90% of the work. My members are seated and they just listen in. And this is typical of many accounting, local government public accounts committee. In a quarter, I sit 15 meetings at least. I'm paid for 4. And I'm paid a net of 100,000. If I'm doing my work, I don't get paid less than $1 million shillings a day. I use my own vehicle. When I'm going to a meeting, I have no fuel. I spend between 50 and 100,000 to go to a meeting. Now we are talking about going to the field to inspect. I ask for transport. There is no transport. I don't have an office. So we produce 15 reports a quarter. That's about 60 reports a year. I keep them in my bedroom. 1 year, 2 years. The secretary, who is the secretary to council, she's just an ordinary person. She's the one who produces all these 15 reports. And then I'm supposed to read through them and send them to government. 15 of them.
Are they discussed?
Yeah, we can't because we don't have the facilitation to do that. So when they are written, they are brought to me. I still have to go through them. And then subsequently, they are sent to the ministry. None of the reports we have ever written has ever been discussed by council. None of them.
Why?
They don't appear on the agenda. That's it. So you start wondering, really, why are we doing this work? We regularly send this report to the ministry. I believe I can be supported that we normally submit these reports there. But you never get a response. We have had an incident where there was a major fraud that was perpetuated in the district. This never appeared anywhere in the local government internal audit reports. It never appeared in the Auditor General's reports. Now, the committee does not have a right to institute an inquiry. You receive reports from the Auditor General, from any inquiry, from the internal audit. Now, these things never appeared. I took an initiative and wrote to the IGG's office to raise an issue, how we could go about this. And then the response, they said, we are investigating this matter. And no report ever came. Do we see this local government accounting body as having powers like it has been mentioned? When we make a report, other than making the report, do we have powers which can make us follow up what we have recommended. If they are not implemented, what happens? So in conclusion, what I want to say, we have structural problems the way the local government accounting committee has been set up. Its mandate, its powers, and its constitution. And from what the minister was saying, it was actually spot on. If some of these things are being addressed, I think we can strengthen its operations. But we also, in principle, we have to look at, I think, at three things. By the way, the way we have been talking, we get the impression that these bodies are just to fight corruption. But that is not true. A greater part of the work which we do is actually to ensure compliance. And the compliance and the corruption may not necessarily be one and the same thing. But we are obsessed about corruption. So let's also bear in mind that there are other activities which have to be carried out, particularly compliance. But in summary, what I want to say is this. If you are going to fight corruption, one, you need to make it less attractive. Less attractive in this case means you have to improve the terms and the conditions of people who serve in local governments, who serve on the body, who serve in other capacities. Two, you also have to make corruption more risky. What does that mean? We really imply that whoever is perpetuating it, there should be high chances of discovering that something has gone wrong. And thirdly, we need to make corruption expensive. And making it expensive means that if people are being caught perpetuating this practice, they have to suffer significantly. In this case, it is not the case. We are being told, yes, some officers have been prosecuted. Yes, you get prosecuted, but you remain with. If I stole 50 billion shillings and I put in prison for 2 years, you think that is expensive? I don't think it is expensive. We need to make strong punitive measures for corruption, including encroaching on the assets that have been acquired through corruption. And the biggest weakness we have here is there is no political power to ensure that corruption is eliminated. So we have to strengthen that. One way of doing this through the Local Government Public Accounts Committee include also the civil organization societies, because these disseminate a lot of information. They make it public, so the public should be aware. Include a member, for example, from a unit which has got more muscle. Because the Local Government Public Accounts Committee right now, they have very little muscle. Include them in the composition of this committee.
Thank you.
I think these are the initial remarks I can make.
Thank you. And I allowed you more time because you were sharing what I would call practical experiences as a member, as a chair. You raise critical issues that I think will inform follow-up questions at some point around the capacity, because you've given us a lineup of the team you head in terms of capacity and competences. And even the minister mentioned something around the amendment to that effect. What should be the minimum requirements to become a member? You also raise issues that speak to the constitution, the mandate, and the power. But let me come to Jonas. Jonas, I know you did participate in this study, so you have a good hind view of the findings. If I'm a citizen and I came in this room today and I'm listening to the different speakers and I am asking myself, where is the place of an ordinary citizen when it comes to LGPACs? How are there spaces of interaction? Is there a relationship? Do they have a role to play? Should they be concerned?
Thank you so much for that question. I'll begin by an experience that we had while moving across the country when we were disseminating the findings of this study. There's a common question that we usually asked the groups that we interacted with, and the question was, how do the citizens perceive you when you go out to the communities to interact with them? And the anonymous answer across all the 18 districts was that the public views public servants as thieves. That was a common denominator across all the 18 districts. And for me, that spoke volumes. That does not mean that there are no avenues for citizen participation, no. There are quite a number that are provided for within that centralization framework. There are budget conferences that are supposed to happen at the lowest level. There are barazas that the local governments have been conducting. The citizens are part of service delivery unit management committees. They are part of committees for natural resource management, among others. And therefore, those opportunities exist. But largely, the citizens in these spaces are like spaceholders rather than meaningful participants in the decision-making processes at that level. And for me, that's where the challenge is. And therefore, until citizens are able to be meaningful participants in the decision-making processes at that level, influence decision-making and other decisions that the local governments take, we may not be able to see much. But also, we've observed that the level of responsiveness of these local governments to the citizen needs and aspirations is very limited. And therefore, citizens do not feel the impact of government in as far as responsiveness to their needs and concerns is concerned. And this happens across different service delivery sectors, health, education, and so on and so forth. There are complaints that citizens put across, and the local governments do not provide solutions. They do not provide feedback on a number of issues that they raise, and this creates a gap. And therefore, for me, I think that for us to be able to enhance citizen participation and improve on anti-corruption efforts, we need to ensure that local governments are citizen-centered in as far as service delivery is concerned, that local governments provide feedback on citizen issues and demands, that local governments also improve the customer experience of these citizens. In many cases, as you move across the country, you realize that local governments have poor customer care. And in most cases, you find there are mothers that are still not going to health facilities because of rude health workers. There are parents that do not interact with the number of schools because of how they are handled by the teachers and head teachers, among other things. And these, there are also others that fear to approach government offices. The biggest other challenge that we faced, that we came across, was that the public is scared of public offices. The officers in the local governments exist because of the citizens that they are supposed to serve. But the citizens are scared of these public offices, mainly because of the customer care element. And that is why, for instance, a citizen will come to an office, stop at the reception, they're intercepted by a middle person, and a middle person solicits a bribe just to take them to the office of the chief administrative officer. And it is mainly because of customer care issues and also issues of information. And therefore, I think that we need to look at all those issues for us to be able to provide meaningful citizen participation at the local government level.
Thank you so much. I don't know whether that's the capacity issue as well, but I'll come back to you on that one. Do they teach customer care, or it's more of the way you brought up? I don't know. It's a debate for another day. Let me come to Richard. Richard, you command a strong platform. You convene local government. and in that space, you can talk about these issues. So I believe the things we've raised here are not new to you. So I'm just asking myself, within that platform, within that space, how can we use that space, especially to address the issue of enforcement? It keeps coming up, the issue of enforcement. There are things that can be enforced at that level. But when the big boys sit in that club and are discussing, are these the issues they contend with, they discuss? And if not, how can this platform that you command address that issue of enforcement?
Thank you, and I hope I'm audible. It's an interesting question, and you know, Jonas here threw a lot of issues back to the local government. And I want to start on a positive note that we have service delivery standards for quite a number of programs, and other programs are still developing these service delivery standards. And then we're also looking at client charters. So where we should have the expectations of citizens addressed. That if I put in a petition, it should take this long for me to get the feedback. If I want to see the cow, if I want to see any officer, you know, it should take me this time to be able to see them. And I believe if we popularize the service delivery standards and the client charters, we'll kind of address some of the, you know, the customer care issues that are in there. And yesterday I had a conversation with one of the doctors that indicated he attends to over 40 pregnant mothers
a day.
A day. So he says, you can imagine I report to work at 8 a.m. and I leave office sometimes at 10. I must see all these women. Sometimes I have to forego lunch. So also depending on the first step I took while leaving home, it might determine my mood for the day. So sometimes it is human that, you know, these people lose it. You know, you get there, they had a fight at home, and, you know, they carry the anger to their workplaces. But it is something that we believe can be addressed with time. So looking at the platform that we have, because we convene the local governments, they meet, discuss, and share on a number of issues. And I want to tell you that we have discussed the Local Government Public Accounts Committee work before. We have had a discussion, and that's why we worked with the Ministry of Local Government and USAID GAP to come up with the handbook on the functionality of the LGPACs, because accountability is a big question in the local governments and their financing. That's why you also see we urge our members to use part of their local revenue to facilitate the sittings over the local government public accounts committees. Because yes, they're supposed to be facilitated from the consolidated fund, but what do you do if funds are not coming through? So we must look at the available resources. So we use these platforms, one, to share experiences amongst the members on what's happening in the different local governments. But I think what we now need to pick on is to be able to pick a few, one or two chairpersons of these public accounts committees to come and share their practical experiences. Because while we are sharing, we are looking at the cow, giving us, you know, their side of accountability, the district chairperson, the speaker, but we do not get to interact closely with the local government public accounts committee members. Although in 2017, 18, we tried to engage with a number of public accounts committees in the local governments by training them on what they were supposed to be doing and what they were not doing. So we need to strengthen these platforms and be intentional on the agenda, such that we have an item on the agenda that looks at sharing experiences with on accountability, especially in the operation of the local government public accounts committee. But I want to also mention that the report presents a challenge of composition. And it also presents a challenge that we do not get feedback from the ministry. And that is why we exist as an association.
But also the ministry said
they do not submit.
They do not I think he said there are about 204 districts that submit reports.
That is a good issue to discuss on, and I think Ismail is here. He will share. I may not be very exact with the statistics now, but previously I think quite a number would submit. I want to, the world has gone digital. So for us, to keep saying we submitted, the reports are missing along the way. When you go to Wakiso, they will tell you we submitted, and you come to the ministry says there was no submission. So my thinking is, can we go digital? Can we create a platform? Can we integrate, if we cannot create a new platform, can we integrate on the already existing accountability platforms, where a local government can submit the members, the proposed members over the committee? Can we have these reports submitted online where we can track Gulu has submitted, and we have a feedback? So I think this will help us to eliminate those time differences, those issues of the chairperson was on his way to Kampala, he was involved in an accident, thugs came and snatched the only file that he was supposed to submit. So I think we will have eliminated those. So we need to go digital. And for us, as an association, we have always requested for a copy of the submissions. When you submit to the Ministry of Local Government, share a copy with us. We will follow up, on your behalf, because we are closer to the ministry. So we can, at any point in time, just knock on the door and say the PS, hey, we received communication from Chira. We received communication from Kisoro that they submitted and no response has, been provided. So I think it is important that we keep that communication flowing.
Thank you. Ismail, and I'm picking it up from where Richard has left it, is making a proposal of, can we go digital? And I'm asking myself, is this a conversation the ministry is having to digitize the reporting of LGPACs? But also, as you do your work of compliance and all that, some of the challenges that have been raised, I'm so sure that you are familiar with them. But is it possible, or what's your take? And now that the minister is not here, the minister says that he doesn't receive the reports. But I think you're the right person to tell us whether the districts submit reports. And if they do, how are we performing in terms of submitting reports? And what are the challenges? And can digitizing the process be a solution? Or it is much bigger than that you must address the fundamental structural issues of the composition? Because if I'm a nurse, I'm with limited capacity of using digital tools, probably that could be a challenge. But what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much for those questions. First of all, allow me, just before I answer that, talk a little bit on capacity. You see, I think what the members, the public, want LGPAC to do and what the LGPAC is doing, there may be a difference there. Remember, the Local Government Public Accounts Committee is supposed to examine reports of professionals, town auditor general, and a report of a properly constituted committee. So, if you are conversant with these reports, more especially from Auditor General and internal audit, by the time they are saying Ismail did not account, they give me room. Now, what is LGPAC supposed to do? It's supposed to be fair hearing. That Ismail, who is the auditee, has no room to say, I was justly handled by the internal auditor and the things are actually here. So therefore, during the examination of these reports, the authors of those reports, who are professional, are supposed to be amidst the LGPAC session. If you are discussing...
Say that again.
The authors,
yes,
of the reports that the LGPACs are handling
Those professionals.
Professionals or their representatives who understand the report should be in the sessions. Why? Because the reports may be saying little. You know the way audit reports are structured? They have a whole audit file, different from what you are just seeing, a paragraph or two. So while this Ismail, who's the auditee, is saying, no, they are lying, I had done this, I had done that, the auditor is there with his audit file and saying, Ismail, I asked for this, you didn't have. I did this. They say, but the receipt is here. So Ismail, excuse me, the auditor, who is a professional, is going to say, this receipt is not genuine. You get what I'm saying? I was there, you had nothing. Now, the LGPAC, who are supposed to be fair hearing, their members, they are going to look at me and listen to the auditor, and with that, then they form their opinion and say, yes, this is not correct, Ismail, you are lying. So they come up with another recommendation that is not only looking at what the auditor has said, but they're also saying, although they are saying Ismail should repay this money, we are seeing that the head of finance is paying people who have more accountabilities to make, contrary to the laws that are there. That's something I wanted us to clarify. Now, what happens? As a ministry, we have tried to build capacities. But remember, these are people appointed with a term limit of 5.
Yes.
And can be renewed only once. And remember, the 5 years are the same 5 years of the politician. And the turnover rate of politics is very high. So there's a likelihood that my chairman here, having been appointed by a political will which is now there, despite the fact that he may be doing well, may not be given a second. So you see? So Ministry of Local Government, together with other development partners, need to find ways of inducting all the time. Now, what are we doing? We have come up with the LGPAC guidelines, but we also need to come up with the training manuals that we need to have it there. So if any of the development partners want to train, then you come and we give you the what? The training manuals. We have had scenarios where development partners have gone to train and their training is contrary to the laws. They have trained as if these are supposed to be biting dogs to move around. No. These are fair hearing committees. Two, when we come now to the issue of the tool, the ministry, with the support of DINU, Development Initiative Northern Uganda, came up with what we call a LGPAC tool. The tool is that after manual sessions, the secretary to the Local Government Public Accounts Committee, and before that, immediately the internal auditor has generated his report, or Auditor General, he uploads the report on the tool. The tool is web-based, and in that tool, the Secretary LGPAC can now, after receiving the report, go ahead and schedule meetings based on the reports that has been received. And he can equally invite the auditees based on the report he has received. And all the auditees, the respondents, who are local government staff, will be having access to that tool.
It's an online tool?
Yes, it's going to be an online. We have not yet rolled it, but we have tested it. It's ready, only we are getting some budgets to see how we can roll up that tool. And I think this is a point where the minister also called for support from the development partners. So if there is any support, we're willing to roll out this. Now that tool is so good to the extent that civil society can have view rights to view. Now in that tool, when the LGPAC members sit manually and finish with all the session, the minutes, the recommendations are uploaded on the same tool. That the first person who will need to take action is the accounting officer, who now sends each of the recommendation to each head of department where the queries are. And that can be viewed by everybody who has a view right. That these recommendations are with the cow, why is he not sending them? So I can call the cow and say, cow, what's going on? Why are you not taking action? So if it is the query is delaying with the user, the person who has the query, head of department, he or she will be responsible. It goes up to sub-counties and town councils, down up to that level.
All right.
So with that tool, if the recommendations are made, the tool has a way that you can upload your evidence. And it can be viewed by every other person, and want to take it as far as civil society, auditor general, even parliament, such that parliament can view. So that will make it easier for us as a ministry, first of all, to submit a report in time. We shall also be seeing which local government has not scheduled a meeting in a particular quarter, because they're supposed to be sitting quarterly.
Okay.
So that's the level we are now supposed to be going to. And as far as resources are concerned, yes, they get from consolidated fund. Then the figures are too small.
Wait a minute. They get from the consolidated fund?
Yes.
Okay.
There's some money sent to all statutory bodies. It's a lump sum figure.
About how much?
I think it's about quarterly. They get about, I think in the whole financial year can be about 40 million.
40 million.
Yeah.
I'll reconcile that with
Now,
Mr. Aloysius.
Now
It's
that
fine.
one is for whole statutory bodies.
Okay, all right.
Including LGPAC. So you find that LGPAC gets about 12 out of that or less. Now under DDEG, a grant by which passes through local government, we have enhanced and included 20 million shillings to top up onto that one. So it's a process that we are moving on. We recognize what maybe the ministry didn't talk about it at high level. We're also saying that, look, if the chairperson District Service Commission is paid salary,
I was coming to that.
why can't we say the LGPAC chairperson is also paid and the members have a retainer? But you see, those are issues that relate to resources.
We have someone from the Ministry of Finance here.
Yeah, no. So those are discussions going on in the amendment of the law that relates to the local government, public accounts, the one the Honorable Minister was referring to.
Oh, all right.
So we are moving in the right direction. Thank you.
You are giving a very assuring situation. I'll track those commitments and processes personally. Mr. Aloysius, let me come to you. And I told you I'll come back to your submission. So ideally, from the practice perspective, by the expertise perspective, ideally, what should be the composition of the committee like in terms of competencies for it to function the way it should? That is one question. But also in relation to that, what kind of capacity building would such members need?
Well, that is interesting. However, before I comment on that, let me also raise an issue which I think we have not mentioned. The Local Government Public Accounts Committee receives the report of the Auditor General, but also these reports go to Parliament.
The same report?
The same reports. Now, there is a problem there on how to deal with these issues. I think we need to classify what should go to Parliament and what should come to Local Government Public Accounts Committees. Otherwise, we usually duplicate this. And when it comes to recommendations, it also becomes difficult which ones should be followed. I also want to comment on digitalizing the reporting. What scares me about that, of course, digitalization makes it very simple. But do we have the capacity in the Ministry of Local Government that is going to be able to handle these? Because the sheer volume of the reports we are talking about is huge. I have explained it to you just as an example. We produce about 15 reports every quarter, and then there is an annual report. And we are talking about 120 how many districts? You can imagine the volume of work we are talking about. Now, our district I think has been a bit more creative. They have actually put in place an officer whose responsibility is to monitor the recommendations of the committee. And I think the local government needs to pick that as an example, that probably in the establishment, we should be able to identify an officer in the district who would be able to monitor that these recommendations have been made and they're actually being implemented.
Is he paid? Is the officer paid?
He's one of the staff, but he has been isolated and given the responsibility of monitoring the reports and the actions that are being carried out. But it's not, it's not in the establishment of the district. Now, where do we come to capacity? It is challenging because we are talking about a country with diverse skills and competences. Few were just finding someone with financial background who could probably chair a committee, it could be possible. Some districts, you may not even find one who has got the capacity. So when these are being prescribed, I think we need to consider across the country to see that what you actually put in the law is able to be met by different districts. And I think that's how they ended up with an A level.
But it is proving problematic.
It is proving to be, I mean, this is a specialized body. It needs specialized skills. So
which are those skills?
Well, there are skills which are financial, accounting and finance. A lot of the issues that arise in these committees, it has something to do with accounting and finance. But that is not the only issue. They are legal, they are procurement, they are human resource. So it is a diversity of issues. But foremost, we need to emphasize a background that has something to do with finance and accounting and general administration. People who should be skilled at that level. A level is totally unacceptable. At the level the committee operates, that's not acceptable. At least we should be talking about someone who has got a degree, reached a degree level equivalent, and has got substantial experience in a work environment. It may not necessarily be local government. Me, I've never worked in local government, for example. But it has to be something to do with, so that you can comprehend the issues that relate to money, that relate to engineering, that relate to procurement, that relate to HR. So really, like the minister said, we need to step up the qualification of someone who should be appointed to this committee. Now, the challenge is the appointment is carried out by the executive. Actually, it is the council who approves the appointments. And believe me, the council we are talking about does not have a qualification in itself. Now, if you are going to, this is, let me just put it.
As it is, bluntly.
It was easier to approve the members I've mentioned on my committee than to approve me to sit on that committee. I can tell you from practice,
yes.
It was more difficult. I actually had to appear there twice. And you understand that they are looking at a person who is very high up there. And the query would be, well, you know the rest.
Yes.
So the question as to who actually appoints.
The appointing question.
It is very, very important. Who appoints? I have explained to you earlier, and I told you for all the years, first I was a member, and then I became a chair. I have not been invited to attend the council on issues that relate to reports of the local government accounting committee. Why?
We
and
know
I
the
keep
answer.
posing the question. And then, you know, when you issue the report, okay, we have looked at the report, but it doesn't have to go to council. Because you are going to raise very critical
You will
issues.
become a small stone in the shoe.
Right, that's right. So the appointing authority, this is very important. Now, the capacity of LGPAC is important. But I want to borrow from my colleague here. I gave you an example. He was talking about Adam being asked, Adam, where are you? And you know, Adam said, I am naked. He's being asked, where are you? But he said,
He's naked.
I'm naked. Now, what happens in our committees is very similar to that. Auditor General raises a report, internal audit raises a report, but responding to these queries becomes very, very difficult because of two things. The internal auditors who are raising the issues, their capacity is also limited. So you can go to a report and most of the issues they have raised, they are kind of irrelevant to what should actually be raised. I have been asking my district that I organize a capacity development program or session for internal auditors in the district, because they also need to be trained to raise reports which are relevant or which are meaningful, and to make recommendations which are meaningful. So they themselves are not trained. You come to the local government officers who are answering these queries which have been raised. Their capacity to respond are also limited. You find issues being raised about PPDA law that has been, it has not been complied with. But the officers who are doing the procurement, they are not aware, they are not conscious of what exactly they are supposed to do. You know? And then you find yourself in a very uncomfortable situation. So at the end of the day, you actually become a trainer. You put aside the issues and you start enlightening these people of what procedures they are supposed to follow. How they would be responding to the queries. And this mainly arises with the Auditor General's reports. They have raised specific queries, and you find the responses from management, they are off topic, completely off topic. So you start explaining what exactly was the Auditor General raising? What are you supposed to respond? And then they go back, because you can't now start condemning. Or they have to go back and then again dig out the responses which are appropriate. Because you can't commit yourself to making reports to the minister which are meaningless. So when you are talking that you should be probably having 4 meetings in an entity, they get, because next time you have to come back and get the responses which you are supposed to receive that time, and you did it. So capacity development is not only about the committee.
Yes.
And I think at one time, a few years ago, there was a lot of capacity building for local governments. Government seems to have come to a conclusion that now these people have been trained enough. But every other time, the staffs change.
Yes.
You know, the most embarrassing thing you get is to get a report on your committee done by an internal auditor, and the report is lacking. They are raising issues which don't make sense. And then instead of raising the issues to the people who have been audited, you start raising them with the people who have actually done the report. And that is very, very common. So priority should actually be given. If you put aside all the other people, because the district is... But for this particular functionality, we need to develop the capacity of the internal auditors. Foremost.
Foremost. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to now come to the audience before I'll come back to the final round, because I'm also mindful of the time. It's now midday. So I'm going to open it up to the floor for your quick comments. Keep them brief, and if there are questions, direct them to the responsible person to take note and respond at the appropriate time. I have a question to the gentleman from the Ministry of Local Government, from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. There's this issue around financing, and I know we can never have enough resources as a country. So I would want to know if within the Ministry of Finance, there are conversations around improving the remuneration or the financing of these committees or the local government structures to that extent. But also if they are exploring creative ways or innovative ways of raising resources to finance these structures, because it's becoming clear that they must be well-resourced to function. I need to get some sense of what the ministry is doing to that regard, because if this issue is coming up, I'm sure it has already reached the Ministry of Finance. So there was a gentleman, allow me to start with you. And then we'll pick the first set of 5 questions.
Thank you, moderator. Let me also take this opportunity first to thank ACFIM and National NGO Forum and the development partners for actually having financed this study, of which we are deliberating upon. A number of issues have actually been mentioned, especially on the findings. I will not actually repeat them, but I will possibly emphasize on the few. It has become very clear that the local government parks actually lack capacity. The funding is also another very big issue. And this therefore now calls, one, for policy recommendation. The minister did actually guide on so many steps that are supposed to be done in order to improve the functions of the local government accounts committees. The other issue is also on the capacity of members. I don't know how this one will actually happen, because if you look at it, this is where some of us come from, like Aberumaido, getting the master's degrees and of course the bachelor's degrees may possibly be a problem. Then looking across also, at the national level, we still maintain the A level for members of parliament. So I don't know how this one will work out, whether you have the chairperson PAC having a master's and then at the national level we're having A level. So those ones actually some of the issues that we may actually look at it in terms of amending the laws. Specific to the issue of funding, as the minister said that the local governments are fairly funded, though there was a disclaimer here, but I think the focus has not actually been on the local government park. And actually would like to thank the organizers for first creating the awareness. Ours is now knowing that yes, these parks are very important in terms of accountability. So what do we do? Because this service commission chairpersons actually get salary. And we could actually start, for now, the chairman parks would also get salary. Then the other issue is that there's a grant which comes from the central government, specifically to cater for these certain organizations. But the percentage is actually small. As one of the panelist discussions said, it's about, I think, 12 million for the whole year. So this is actually still very little money to actually support the operations of parks. So for we at finance, once the report comes out, we shall actually take it up and make sure that the focus now will be on the local government public accounts committee because of the work that they do. In terms of resource mobilization, I know besides the grant that comes from finance, they also use part of the local revenue that they actually collect from the various districts. So for now, I think I can stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First, what I'm picking, my takeaway there is that when the report comes out, I think they will have a conversation around improving the financing aspect to this committee. I think that's a very good commitment from the ministry. Okay, so now the mic can move. Let me get the hands first so that I can see how I proceed. Okay, you already have the microphone. You grabbed. Okay, so I'll start with the gentleman there. Wait a minute. So you number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. Please remember the numbers. Someone help me to move the microphones.
Can I go?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alliance for Finance Monitoring, for that wonderful presentation and report and NGO Forum. The report and the panelists present critical issues, especially on capacity of the local government public accountability committees. I recall a few years ago at Multitech Business School, we conducted a study that recommended significant and comprehensive capacity building. Bwana Isma was part of this. Isn't it time for us to rethink about that program? We have the development partners that can probably support in financing. The training institutions can design or take on that capacity building program for local governments. But also the CSOs can take on an advocacy engagement program to enhance citizen participation. And Isma, specifically to you, is it time for us to make sure that we can pick that out of the shelf and implement it? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator, for keeping it light. And thank you to the panelists as well. My question goes to Mr. Richard Okuku, which is very interesting because my name is Okaka. But that aside, you made a comment to a certain comment by Mr. Jonas Mbabazi, who mentioned that from the public there is the issue of having poor customer care. You mentioned that we have service delivery standards. And my question is, who has access to those standards? And if it's the public, what have you done to ensure that they are aware of these standards? As a victim of poor customer care, I know I'm not alone here when it comes to LGs. I think it would be important for me to walk into an office and when, let's say, things like duration that are outlined in the standards, I'm able to hold up a guidebook or something, a paper, and say, look here, this is what your services are supposed to offer. You haven't delivered in this time. That gives me the empowerment to, stand tall and actually, seek the services that are meant for me. Yeah, that's definitely my question. Thank you.
Keeping it brief. Number 3, you remember your numbers. Who was number 3? Yeah. I baptized your numbers, so you should.
Thank you very much, panelists and everybody. Mine is a simple one.
Name, please.
My name's Joel Atim, once again, from Ministry of Local Government. Mine is a simple one. I wanted to find out about capacity in terms of gender. We have moved over the country and we found out that there are some PAC members some PAC committees who don't have particular gender in their committees and they say they cannot have it. How will the civil society help us in building the capacity of these members to ensure that we have full composition of PAC members? Thank you.
That's a question to Jonas. Number 4.
Panellist is my name, from my Young Anti-Corruption Coalition. To the chair, Local Government Public Accounts Committee, he raised in his discussion a fear in me when he said, especially when auditees are responding to issues raised by Auditor General, that the auditees seem not to be knowing how to respond to these issues, how to go about them. And so, instead of documenting a response, receiving a response, they turn out to guide how these responses will actually be.
So the question?
In fear of putting an unsatisfactory report to the Minister of Local Government. And so my question is, my fear is...
Is it a question or fear?
My fear.
Okay.
He will allay it. My fear is, in so doing, until we, is in the Local Government Public Accounts Committee, becoming part of the syndicate that is perpetuating corruption in the local government.
Okay.
Two.
That's the last one, and be brief, very brief.
This would have best gone to the Auditor General. I hear there's a representative here.
Okay.
Yeah. The Auditor General's office, in his recommendation, in his report, is actually incapacitating, making the work of the Local Government Public Accounts Committee very difficult. Just like the chair has said, issues that are raised are really not critical issues that the citizens are concerned with. Issues are policy issues dressed in a manner that the true issues of corruption are hidden. And so, the Local Government Public Accounts Committee is reduced probably to only acknowledge that, yeah, these are policy gaps, and so may the Senate take responsibility. And as a result, the accounting officers are always asked to work, to follow it up with their responsible ministry.
So the question?
The question is it possible that auditing is made citizen-centered? That is where the real issues are felt. They pick the phone and give a call. Would it not appear in their report? Is it possible that we can make auditing citizen-centered?
Okay, that has been captured. But even if he's not around here, I some experts on that issue will be able to respond. Is that number 5? Yeah, that's number 5.
Thank you very much. I think I'm asking the gentleman from local government.
Name, please.
Eric Odong, CSPAG.
Okay.
Which capacity should we build? Is it for the LGPAC first, or for the other person who is preparing the financial statement, which the OAG is going to use, which the internal auditor is going to inspect? Because if that statement is not prepared, the rest of the chain has no work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping it brief. Number 6.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Fred Ojoko Ngom from the Ministry of Public Service.
Wow. Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't know if I can be as brief as you want me to be, because a number of issues have been raised which concern me directly. So I thought I should just clarify some of them.
Okay, please proceed.
Just give me a little time, not too much time. I'll try to be as brief as possible.
Yeah.
So, number 1, I will comment. One of the panelists mentioned something about strengthening inspection. I think I totally agree with that. it is not really a failure of inspection that LGPACs are not functioning, but if inspection was strengthened, it would make it easy for us to ensure that we monitor and offer suggestions for continuous improvement in LGPAC. I come from a department called Public Service Inspection, and every quarter we do these inspections, and one of the areas we inspect on is basic functionality of the LGPAC. Last year alone, we inspected 40 LGs, but because of the resource constraints, sometimes we're not able to do as much as we should be able to do. So that is a comment which I just wanted to agree with, and I think it is important that the inspection function in Ministry of Public Service, in Ministry of Local Government is strengthened so that we're able to inspect more efficiently and effectively. Number two, this question was posed to the panelist, but I don't know if I should answer because it directly concerns.
I was going to send it to you.
Oh, okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. So the question was about service delivery standards. Briefly, the Ministry of Public Service developed service delivery standards for 9 key service areas, and this was in collaboration with Ministry of Local Government. We have a running joke with Ministry, with Ismail on that I am his boss, but you have to call him sir, but that is between us. So we developed service delivery standards for 9 key service areas delivered in local governments. That is health, education, social development, works, which are the others? Works and water and environment, trade, and production and agriculture. So not only did we develop these standards comprehensively for all the average services that are delivered in the local governments, we went ahead and costed them. In other words, there is a cost for every standard of service that a local government delivers. On top of that, we have gone ahead to translate into 6 different local languages. So the process of dissemination is near completion in the local government, and these service delivery standards can be used as a tool by the local government public accounts committees to enable them in their work. Service delivery standards provide clear benchmarks for evaluating effectiveness. They are very objective in terms of evaluation and evidence-based. The public accounts committees will be able to come to decisions based on evidence, clear evidence. That is, the process of developing these standards was a very consultative process. It involved a lot of stakeholders. CISBAG is also here. They helped us for a long time. And these standards can be got on our website. On our website, you will get the translated service. It's a compendium of service delivery standards posted, and the translated one is also there on the website. The person who asked the question, I'm very happy you can come to Ministry of Public Service. For you, I'll give you the hard copies, the big ones. The rest we can get them from. Yes. The third issue that I thought I should talk about is the issue of customer care. At the Ministry of Public Service, we take the issue of citizen involvement in service delivery very, very, very serious. So we have developed also what we call a community scorecard. From this quarter, we shall be administering a community scorecard directly to citizens. When we go to the district to inspect...
Is it accessible?
Yes, it is on the website, and then you can also come and pick a hard copy.
Thank you.
If I'd known that this was the part of the discussion, probably we would have brought some copies for some members. But we have developed a community scorecard for the 9 service areas for which standards are. So instead of, apart from just evaluating the performance of the supply side, we want also the citizens to tell us what do they think about the services. In other words, we're going to spy on the people delivering the services directly from the citizens. So that's from this.
Just a quick one. So what do you use that information when you get it?
Yes, we shall circulate it to key stakeholders, and then we agree on what steps need to be taken from a citizen perspective from this year that we go to. Finally, the issue of customer care, like I said, is very critical for us. Someone mentioned the issue of the client charter. Now, the client charter is a document that all institutions must develop. This is a document that directly empowers the client in terms of the client's experience with the services that are being delivered. It is also a document that can be used by the client to evaluate the performance of the institution. In this case, our context, the local government. Now, the problem, the challenge that we're getting in terms of disempowering the citizen, when actually there's a tool, is a weakness on our part as local governments. Because this is a document that needs to be popularized. It has to be developed in consultation with citizens, and it should be used by the citizens to evaluate performance. So I think it is important, especially for us as public service and Ministry of Local Government, to strengthen the popularization of the client charter.
All right.
Citizen behavior of civil servants, it is very clearly stated in the client charter. The client charter has a very robust and elaborate feedback mechanism in place, which citizens can use to complain about. That every time I go to Mr. So-and-so, he abuses me. He says he has no time. But again, we don't, because that is the centrality of the client charter, the ability of the citizens to give their feedback and complaints on the services and the behavior that they're encountering. We also have, in summary, we have what we, an induction program, and in that induction program for new citizens, for new employees, which is supposed to be refreshed every few years. But probably because of resource challenges, we have a code of conduct that very clearly states how citizens, how employees of government should behave in relation to their citizens. The key values, the key principles that should guide us are all stated there. So I think the local government should be advised to.
Yes, and finally.
So I think let me stop there.
Thank you.
Be able to stop for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You almost became a panelist, which is okay. Allow me, I'm just going to there are two hands here, and unfortunately, they are from my bosses, so I cannot say no, I may not have a job. So I'll pick them. There was a hand from Canon and a hand from Angela. So let us pick those questions and then get back to the panel and wrap it up.
Thank you very much. I just had a question which is relevant for both ACFIM and the panelists. When do you, this project is supposed to have had some capacity building. Have we already done it? Are we planning to do it? If we are planning to do it, if we haven't done it and we are planning to do it, we need to schedule to do this training after the elections.
It's a question and advice.
It's a question and advice.
2 in 1.
If there is any capacity building to be done, let's target to do it. I hope the donors can agree with us to do it after the elections.
Okay. Angela?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to share, it's not a question. I just wanted to share a solution, what we can do as civil society, to make sure that recommendations are not shelved. Because in Rwenzori, we've tried it and it has worked well. We have what we call the District Integrity Promotion Forum. So that forum is very important. We bring in the DPAC chairperson, and this report is, because the chairperson is there, the RDC, all these other stakeholders are in that meeting. So we always share that report in that meeting. and also schedule the time frame and the plan when the cow will act on these issues and follow it up. Also the Auditor General's report, also the procurement monitoring report. So we always put all that into that forum, and the cow is present. So he's able to know that these people are following me, citizens, many people. So it helps him to act on these issues, all allocate officers to take action on the different issues. Then the other issue I want to talk about, what we've realized, internal auditors' capacity, as he's saying, it's very true. Many internal auditors produce reports. Me, sometimes I think it's a form of corruption, because an internal auditor is a trained person. I think unless maybe it goes back to the Service Commission, how you recruit. There's corruption in how they are recruited, so you bring corruption, garbage in, garbage out. Because I do not expect an internal auditor, you're calling them chief internal auditor, to produce a rubbish report, which we are going to, I've looked at some rubbish reports, I will not say which district, and I'm like, even me who is a lawyer, I can produce a better what? A better report. Yet I'm not trained in that area. So you find that they may be using it also as a form of corruption to hide information. Someone just brings something, because like, anyway, I'm accounting. Or maybe if they are really incompetent, there must be something which is done at their recruitment. Maybe you also heighten the standards of recruiting those people. Because how can you produce a report which cannot even be discussed by the executive? Actually, that's why sometimes they refuse to look at these reports, because when you look at it, you're like, what is the issue? Even when you reach in the meetings, because I brought some of them in our forum. That's why I'm speaking like that. And when you look at the internal audit report, the RDC is there, everyone is there, we are reading it out. Now we all start looking at each other and we say, but this report, you're not supposed to have said this. You're supposed to have, like what he said. Then we are like, why are we discussing? Why are we wasting people's time? So some of these things will need to be addressed, but I think it goes back to the way they are recruited and how they are kept into the service. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hand wasn't up. Mine is just a very quick one. I just want to thank everybody. And mine is actually an observation that throughout all the comments, the remarks, I realized that as civil society, there are quite a number of opportunities here for us to come up. I want to call them follow-up projects from this assessment. There are a number of opportunities for us actually to work with various government departments with specific projects to support these various areas as a solution. Because when you listen to different presentations, you realize that they are within government, there are some initiatives, but they are not yet at the level where they are actually supposed to benefit the citizen, because lack of resources or there are other limitations, whereby if civil society together with partner organizations come on board, these would come to actually fruition, and the common person would actually benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now turning to the panel, and this is the last lap. So you will respond to some of the questions raised, some of them, but also give your last parting shots, and then I'm giving each one of you five minutes. Before you take it up, Jonas, I also have a question for you. I've been hearing a number of spaces and interventions, initiatives that are available within the different agencies. I've heard from the submission of the gentleman from the Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Local Government, some of the things that they're doing. And I'm asking myself what CSOs can do to, one, connect the citizens into those spaces effectively and represent the voice of the citizens. And also, how can you help them to access some of these reports, access some of these spaces? How best can CSOs fill that gap and play a role of a midwife, but not a role of a gatekeeper?
Thank you, moderator. I think CSOs have already started.
and us being in this room demonstrates that civil society organizations can be able to facilitate platforms for multi-stakeholder engagement on some of these issues. That is one. Secondly, the report that we're discussing today also is a step in the right direction, because what we are doing right now is evidence-based advocacy. And the issues that we have raised here and the assurances from the minister, for me, are very instructive on the direction that civil society organizations need to take. And on that basis, I think we need to emphasize the issue of stakeholder engagement frameworks between civil society organizations and government agencies. There are very many innovations that colleagues have talked about in different ministries. We have learned about, we have heard about the service delivery standards, the client charters, the online reporting platforms. All these are tools that we can be able to pick up as civil society and popularize and engage the public to ensure that we improve on the accountability within the local governments. But also, the civil society organizations can be able to co-create with government agencies on a number of platforms and other tools so that we improve the efficacy but also the uptake of these interventions. Coming up to the issues that emerged from the audience, I needed to comment. I need to comment on the comment by Mr. Tim on how we support local government to find women representatives on these committees. It has been a challenge. In some local governments, you'd find one woman, no woman, 4 women. And these are varying representations. But for me, my personal observation is that in some cases, there is laziness, to put it bluntly, laziness on part of the district officials who are selecting some of these individuals. Because I want to believe that a district that has a population of 400,000 people, 200,000, 100,000, that you can fail to get a woman with a A-level or equivalent to be a member of the LGPAC, I find it difficult to believe. And given where we have come from with women empowerment, education of the girl child, and the different programs that we have had over a period of time, I want to believe that if we looked for them, we can't fail to find them. And therefore, we need to emphasize the issue of compliance in as far as appointment of women to those committees are concerned. My parting shot is that there is a lot of goodwill on part of government, and anybody who has heard the minister speak this morning notes that government is willing to take different steps to ensure that LGPACs can be able to realize their full potential. And therefore, my call to civil society organizations is that we need to continue engaging. 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 I thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonas. Let me come to Richard. You had a couple of questions, your parting shot, but also your platform. How can that platform leverage stronger collaboration? Because it looks like local governments, you need to bring on board other actors to move this mountain.
Thank you. Very interesting, and I'd like, I think, to start with our platforms. So our platforms are really open. So we are open to working with our partners and stakeholders, but we will also be intentional in specifically targeting the work of the local government public accounts committees. But we also have other issues with the district service commissions. So we also want to see how to marry these two. But specifically, for this conversation, we have discussed the aspect of qualifications. And I do not want to be looked at as someone that is opposing this discussion. But we need to be very careful when we discuss the issue of qualifications of members of the LGPACs, aware that at parliament level, the minimum is A level. Yeah? And we have MPs on these different committees. So we can get into another discussion. Okay, the chairperson has a PhD, the members. But so we need to have an honest discussion on the composition. We're already struggling with local governments where we cannot find women to represent. That is just one aspect. And now we are putting another one, women that at least have A level. And we are still failing to find those ones. I'm telling you, we developed a policy brief on qualifications for local government political leaders, for councillors. We went to parliament, we had discussions. The president said this will not work. I know there are areas where my electorates have not attained that level. And we want everyone to participate in the governance of this country. We want everyone to participate in the accountability of this country. So there could be in communities or in society individuals that have not even attained O level. But their reasoning is bigger than some of the people that have completed A level. So while we discuss the aspect of the qualification, do we advance? First, we are looking at issues of composition. We are not yet there. We are still struggling even at A level. And now we want to elevate it to degree or masters. So let's look at the different parameters. I know I'm saying this towards the end and I may raise a lot of questions.
You may even miss lunch.
Absolutely. But it is something for us to really be open about and look at some of the local governments, for example, in the Karamoja sub-region, look at the illiterate rates, and then, but also to encourage collaboration. Like I started with, as the local government association, we are open to work with you. We are open to work with the different partners. Get to us and we shall advance these issues. I want to make our commitment in terms of advocacy. Just the other week we were in parliament, and the minister the other day responded to our petition. So there are some gains in there. And I will tell you there is no free lunch. The work that we had to do around that petition, we put in quite some work. But it is an advocacy that we will continue on the financing for these statutory bodies. The local government public accounts committees are the ones that we are talking about today. So we will be deliberate in continuously pushing for their financing and induction, aware that we are still struggling with the induction of political leaders in this country. So while we discussed with my brother Henry the aspect of the Land Cruisers, those double cabin pickups, and we considered, we were talking about about 200 to 280 million. This entire 5 years, the political leaders in the local governments have gone without vehicles. And the government just secured, through a supplementary, 35.2 billion to procure vehicles for 176 political leaders in the local government. So we are hoping that by end of this month we shall have that entire budget. So they will enjoy it, for the few months, and then they will transit to the new leaders coming on board.
The curious mind in me is asking why now, but don't answer that question.
It is very strategic. And so I want to once again say, let the citizens be aware that there is some work happening. And let's not give up. Let's not give up, because we as the civil society, we as government, when we give up, what should the citizens do? We know there is that state of apathy, but let's continue pushing. Things will be much better. The two ones that I want to end with, let's agree in this meeting that we will do everything possible to support the commitments made by the minister. For example, one, the convening of the interagency forum, or all those institutions. If we do not push as civil society organizations, that commitment may not be realized. You know, the meeting where he suggested meeting all the chairpersons of the local government public accounts committees. Without the support of the civil society organizations and the development partners, that meeting will not happen.
Oh, so we have to push.
Let's push.
Okay.
You know, and also
Henra speak to that.
Support financially. I will end with supporting the local governments to develop client charters. My brother, Commissioner Ujok, mentioned that client charters are a must for all institutions. And these client charters are supposed to be put in the open, where you don't have to keep carrying this copy, but they're supposed to be published on notice boards, where you know what you expect from the local government. But many of the local governments do not have these charters. So we also need to support them to ensure that the charters are available and they are being complied to. I want to thank you, ACFIM and the other partners, for organizing this launch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Training institutions, yes, we are already working with the Uganda Management Institute. We have trained over, I think should be about 40 or 50 local government public accounts committee using Uganda Management Institute. We have invited them to come to UMI, facilitated them fully for a whole week in terms of paying their per diem, their transport, and everything. But just like I told you, immediately you train them, their term of office is expiring, and so you have, because their terms of office also expire differently depending on how they were brought in. But we're not going to give up. With your support, please, let's work together and we improve on their capacity. That training manual needs to be updated. That's another level because it was done quite some time. Some things have now changed, so we need to update it. Which capacity should we build first? Is it a LGPAC? Is it internal audit? Now, LGPAC, I've said, is you're examining a report, like she said. If you examine a report of somebody who already has issues, your recommendation likely is going to be outside what actually is happening. We need to do it. We need to start with building capacities of the internal auditors and the councillors. Then the local government public accounts committee can come in. Now, I also want to, for the members who are here, the audience, is that Section 8 of the Local Government Act, the current one, says that all line ministries should be offering technical support to all for their line departments. For example, Ministry of Education offers technical support to DEO's office. However, of late, it is almost not there, the technical support. Every time you see line ministries going to the field, it's either investigation or there's a launch of a project. But in terms of technical hands-on support, it's very minimal. Because you see, for example, if you look at engineer, it's supposed to be provided hands-on technical support by Minister of Works, how to do bill of quantity, how to do supervision, how do you issue certificate. So if you go there as civil society and you find those are some of the gaps that they were paying without proper certificate or the challenge, then it means the line ministries are not doing much to support, build the capacity. The capacity of internal audit, yes, we have talked about it. We are also working hard as a ministry, but of course we may not also do it a lot. We expected with the Ministry of Public Service to elevate the internal audit to a head of department, because right now they're at principal level. They are only, the structure provides for only 2. That's too small for them to do a good job. And remember, you are requesting a head of department to respond to your queries, and you are at a lower level. So we want to raise it. We are discussing Ministry of Public Service. So let's wait for the time when we are restructuring local government, so that we increase the numbers of internal audit, but also elevate it to a head of department, where we can now have more responsibility in that area. By parting shot, I would like to call upon you, the civil societies, to please support local governments to deliver service. There's nowhere you will ever get the service apart from being in a local government. He mentioned it at the beginning. That's where the rubber meets the what? The road. So we need to all help the local government. And besides that, all of us who are in this hall, there's nobody here who doesn't come from a local government. And when you retire, that's when you realize that I wish I had worked harder to support my local government before things went out of hand. So me talking and all of us who are here, I call upon you to be committed. Add at least what the Muganda says, a tafari on your local government to make it better. I thank you, ACFIM, and the Uganda National NGO Forum, and every other person for giving us this opportunity, but also for coming up with this kind of forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And lastly, Mr. Semanda, and I have one quick question. If you were in the and it's telling you, okay, just three things in order of priority, which ones would they be around LGPACs?
This is very interesting. All right, firstly, let me respond. There was an issue which I had to respond to. One of the questions was wondering whether when we assist the local governments to respond to Auditor General's reports, whether we are not placing ourselves in a position of conflict. And I want to assure you that that is not the case. And I just want to give you an example. If the Auditor General raises an issue and say, you know, we have not the district is not paying its suppliers, for example. And then they respond by saying, you know, the funds were not available, so they couldn't pay. I think that's not acceptable. So if they appeared before me, I would be telling them, this report was raised 1 year ago. Can you submit a list of the suppliers then and what has been happening between then and now, so that we know who has been paid and who has not been paid? And there I'm helping them to respond to the Auditor General's query. But I'm not compromising myself. So that's what I was really explaining. Going back to this, firstly, I want to appreciate what the minister recommended. All of them are up to sport. They just need to add a bit of additional improvement. So those issues which were raised, I support them fully. And they could see the works of LGPAC improving greatly. But having said that, we actually do a lot of work. And this work goes unrecognized. The scope of the committee is very wide. It has issues to do with finance, administration, human resources. Sometimes you are talking about land, you are talking about construction, road, buildings, you name it. They all come before the committee. So I want to emphasize that these committees, their capacity have to be built continuously. I would not give the preference to internal audit. I would actually give it to the committees. There is a very wide diversity of things which one needs to know when they are on this committee. So please, as a priority, you're asking me about the three things. That is priority number one. Priority number two, that regards internal audit. Internal audit can decide to withhold information from the committee purposely. She was mentioning, when you look at the report, sometimes you wonder, you interpret that, you know, they are just withholding. They are not bringing out the issues which should come out. Now, in the structure of the law, there, we are just supposed to receive reports from Auditor General, from internal audit, from wherever. But you cannot, just like you seated as the chairperson or a member, and you hear the issue which were raised here by our colleague from the President's office, if they get that information, they can follow it up. This committee is not empowered. I can't hear from the public that they have stolen money for that road, and then I go there and start asking, can you give me accountability about this? It is not provided for in the law. And that is a very big weakness. So it needs to be addressed. And probably the last issue should be to streamline. No, let me not go to streamline. To get the public involved in the activities of the committee. These hearings are public hearings. But in many cases, I would say I have never seen any member of the public come to attend a committee hearing. I have never. And the individuals may not be organized, but now we have the civil society. Let's encourage the civil society to be attending the meetings of these committees. I think they would represent I think I would feel comfortable. Particularly the last one, because they will help us also to disseminate. The reason why the public has to attend is to ensure that they are informed about what is going on in these committees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank, I really want to thank the persons who have developed this report and the responses which we have received from all the parties, and particularly the fact that the minister was here personally to deliver what they intend to do about this. I'm very grateful for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Once again, a round of applause for our panel. Yes, you've done a wonderful job. So allow me to retire the panel as we come towards the closure of the activity. So please take your seats. And thank you so much. You missed the photo moment. As a panel, you would have had a photo moment, but you missed it. They have retired and they just moved away. You would have claimed your rights. Okay, one last activity, and then we break for lunch. We're supposed to close officially, not adjourn, but close. So with us, we have the director from the Auditor General, who is Director Shira Semgoma, who is representing the Auditor General. I think she's in the house. Is she around? Oh, yes, please. Please, you're welcome. Come and give us the closing remarks so that we can officially earn the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, MC, and good afternoon to you all. Yes, maybe before I make the closing remarks, you've already introduced me. My name is Sheila Nakus Semgoma, the Director of Audit, in charge of local government audits. Yes, there was a question that I think was directed to Auditor General regarding the content. Okay, which report this person is referring to, because there is a lot of improvements that are really happening within the office. We normally plan our audits in January. Between January and March, we are planning for audits, and we have that high-level planning, which we call what we call the SORA, okay? Where we look at different aspects that have come up during the year. And indeed, we try to categorize our audits. But still, we have what we call thematic approaches to our audits. This has been going on for quite some time, where PDM, Okay, that's a thematic area that we see across the entire local government. And we report on that. We prepare thematic reports. At the same time, individual entity reports, we bring out findings that have happened across the different local governments. We also have what we call focus areas. We focus our audits. In local governments, we know service delivery is really something that is very emphasized, and there's particular government interventions that are done annually. Funding is provided to ensure that certain areas are improved. Those are the areas of focus that we do take up, plan, guide, and see them across the entire local government and prepare what we call key messages that we normally present to Parliament. Okay? And in addition, the issue of citizens, we've taken it up seriously as an office. We have a platform where we encourage citizens to actually give us feedback on what is happening in the different local governments. This is what we call the Citizen Feedback Platform. It's an app, okay? When the Auditor General was in the regions, for some time when he had just come into office, we really popularized this app and encouraged citizens. Here we're encouraging citizens wherever they are seated, because the Auditor General comes in a bit late, okay? And we have a specific time when we should be doing our audits. So when he comes in, when the citizen, wherever he is, if there's a program he knows that is being implemented in his or her local community, that person is, as long as he has a phone, a smartphone, he will take a picture and give us a narrative of exactly what is going on and send it on that platform. So this information is collected, okay? And then we share it during the planning sessions and then divide it out. Where does it belong? Which directorate? Whether it's an MDA? Which local governments? Yes, however much we sample, these ones have to be a must look at, because we can't do 100%, but we try. We are really in touch with the citizens to ensure that we pick up issues real time when they really raise them out there. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. And maybe now beginning last year, we have what we call a combined audit report, because before we used to have different directorates. Value for Money would prepare a report, it's on its own. Then the financial auditors in local governments are also doing their own. But there is a lot of work that is going on, for example, on UGIFT, engineering audits. We have engineers who are doing those audits. So what we did last year was to produce what we call the combined report, where we had to put everything in one report. For a district, we had to put all the different types of audits that were undertaken during the year. Of course, highlights, but of course, make you reference to the main report. There is a lot really that is touching service delivery. And I think really that was not fair. Thank you. Yes, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, I understand he was here before. Members of Parliament present, representatives from the accountability institutions, hopefully, IG, PPDA, DAI, State House Anti-Corruption Unit, local government officials, development partners present, civil society representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all and thank you for this constructive participation. Yes, I came in during the plenary, but at least I've heard what has been going on. I'm here to represent the AG, Mr. Edward Akol, who is not in the country, and he requested me to stand in for him. Allow me to retaliate the accountability chain that underpins our work by mandate the Office of the Auditor General, audits and reports on the public accounts of all local governments. Our reports provide evidence, the basis upon which the local government public accounts committees examine the accounts, hold local officials accountable, and formulate recommendations. LGPACs then report to the district councils, to the Minister of Local Government, and to the Minister of Local Government, who lays those reports before Parliament, closing the loop between independent audits, legislative scrutiny, and executive action at the local level. When each link in this chain is strong, service delivery improves and public trust grows. The study that has been discussed today, covered 18 districts, but given the homogeneity of local governments, this gives us both encouragement and a clear to-do list. It confirms that LGPACs established across the country face similar structural and operational gaps, ranging from incompetent committee composition, as we've had, gender imbalances, to irregular meeting schedules and delays in accessing audit reports. This highlights capacity needs for LGPACs, notes financial and logistical constraints, and flags the risks of political interference and weak follow-up on recommendations. At the same time, it documents positive cases where rigorous scrutiny and field verification have driven recoveries, strengthened financial discipline, and improved service outcome, especially when institutions collaborate and resources are available. As the report highlights, as the report rightly puts it, LGPACs remain a cornerstone of Uganda's decentralized accountability architecture. On our part as OAG, we will act on these insights through 5 practical commitments: timeliness and accessibility of audit information. We will continue to improve the punctuality, clarity, and usability of our local government audit outputs, so LGPACs can deliberate without delay. As an office, we've just concluded, we had backlogs in the LLGs, those are lower local governments. I think the sub-counties and town councils, we've had some backlogs. Between March and maybe June, we've been working on those backlogs. We've covered 3 financial years, ranging from 2021, 2022 to 23-24. Okay, so we expect a total of 3,944 sub-county reports for that matter. And also for town councils, it was just 1 year, which was 23-24. So there's a total of 568 reports. So those reports are being finalized, and they will be disseminated to the different local governments once they are all signed by the AG. So that's a lot of work, as already indicated. There is that huge load that we are going to send through to the local government PACs. 2, a strong follow-up. We will intensify engagement with accounting officers, the chief administrative officers, the town clerks, and LGPAC chairpersons on tracking the implementation of audit recommendations with clear status updates that support district council oversight. Still, as an office, we have a tool that tracks recommendations that have been issued. Well, it's under development, but we've already captured recommendations that were issued for the last 4. We started from 18-19 up to 21-22. Those were 4 years. We already captured that. It's still under development, like I've indicated. It may not be accessible already to the outside public, but we continue to track these recommendations so that we ensure that this one we believe will go in a long way in encouraging accountability, reduce future audit findings, which are the queries, as well as build build credibility and confidence in the audit processes. So when we follow up, if someone knows that the recommendations are being followed up, they act. There's a way it triggers that action, and then they will follow up on, at least they move to do something about that. 3 is about capacity support in partnership, working with the Ministry of Local Government and other stakeholders. We support targeted capacity building for LGPACs, PAC members, and I think even internal audit. I think Auditor General has been requested on some occasions to come up and support, and we've really provided resources to ensure that we do support. So once organized with these targeted capacity buildings, we shall be available, especially in reading, especially in reading audit evidence, financial analysis, and effective hearing management. And our teams are always on call whenever there are these sittings. They are part. Yes, they are part. They normally come through and offer the necessary support during the hearings. For collaboration across the accountability ecosystem, we will deepen our coordination with the Ministry of Local Government, Parliament, the Inspectorate of Government, and other integrity bodies to reinforce enforcement where repeated non-compliance, is identified. And 5, constructive engagement with civil society. The office is open and committed to working with the civil society to help government tackle the challenges of financial mismanagement. CSOs are critical allies in citizen sensitization, community level verification, and monitoring of corrective action flowing from audit and LGPAC recommendations. But we cannot do this alone. We therefore need the support of the district councils to resource your local government PACs adequately and protect their independence. 2, the Ministry of Local Government expedite approvals and provide the operational guidance LGPACs need to operate. The accounting officers treat audit recommendations as mandatory risk controls, not optional suggestions. To the development partners, sustain support for logistics, training, and data systems that make oversight effective. And to citizens and the media, continue to pay attention. Your scrutiny turns audit findings into real change where it matters most. Before I conclude, allow me to thank the organizers of this very important engagement, the Alliance for Finance Monitoring, the National NGO Forum, and other development partners. I think this has benefited all of us here. The measures of today's effort will not be a number of pages we have read, but the number of recommendations we implement. So let us move together from report to remedy so that every shilling allocated to local service delivery is used lawfully, efficiently, and for the public good. I thank you all, and I think, am I allowed to close? I take this opportunity on behalf of the AG to declare this engagement closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the closure. So now I can only make announcements that are relevant at this point in time. So everybody has got a ballot paper, a coupon. So we should be having our lunch. Rose, directions to, I think it's down, the restaurant downstairs. You should be able to locate where the lunch is. You'll smell the aroma should direct you where we're having our lunch. Lastly, second last, we've uploaded the photos for the event. So you have to scan using a QR code. It is shared to be able to access those photos. For those of you who don't have a smartphone, I don't know how we can help you. Then lastly, we will share the report and also the actual, I think the actual report is available. Rose, is it? Yeah. So you have the actual report distributed, I think, on your way out as evidence that you came, you saw, you participated. And then we shall also share the report of this meeting so that we can continue to engage. Once again, thank you so much. In the afternoon, there is a smaller meeting for a smaller group of people. They know themselves. We should come back here in the same venue and at exactly 2:30? Yes, 2:30 to start that meeting. Thank you so much. It's been an honor. Felix Kafuma is my name. God bless.